Going through YouTube, gonna start up. Oh, scary. Well, it appears I have sound coming through YouTube. But, yeah, probably going to be on my lonesome, so I'll just play a few songs. And anybody wants to join, feel free. I need to go and do that, don't I? That's why I opened YouTube, so I could add that in. Somewhere. That sucks. Pin massage. Should have. Supposed to be. It's trying. Maybe it's thinking about it. I don't know. We'll see. Hello, anyone who's there. Thanks for joining. Yes. Another day, another song. It's a pretty popular, probably a well-known song. Should be a well-known song by Yazoo. Another depressing song by me. Another broken-hearted love song. Okay, let's see how we go. Looking from the window above, it's like a story of love. Can you hear me? Came back only yesterday. I'm moving farther away. Want you near me? All I needed was the love you gave. All I needed for another day. And all I ever knew. Only you. Sometimes when I think of her name, when when it's only a game. And I need you, listening to the words that you say. It's getting harder to stay when I see you. All I needed was the love you gave. All I needed for another day. All I ever knew. Only you. Well, this is gonna take a long time, and I wonder what's mine. Can't take no more. Wonder if you'll understand. It's just the touch of your hand behind a closed door. All I needed was the love you gave. All I needed for another day. All I ever knew. Only you. Only you. Only you. Degenerate Fish Keeper, how are you, man? Good to see you. Hope it's all going well. Well, that was a tough song. But we got through it. We got through it. Oh, here's an even tougher song. Something told me that it was over when I saw you. Oops, you. I saw you and that guy. You always talking. Something deep down in my soul said, cry, boy. When I saw you and him out walking. I'd rather go blind, girl, than to see you walk away from me. You see, I love you so much, I don't want to see you leave me, baby. Most of all, I just don't want to be free. I was just sitting here thinking of your kiss, your warm embrace, child. When the reflection in the glass that I held to my lips, I saw the tears rolling down my face. That's when I knew that I love you, couldn't do without you. I'd rather go blind, girl. Baby, 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 I'd rather go blind than to see you walk away from me. Baby, 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 I'd rather go blind than to see you walk away from me. The end. T-Bones, how you going, man? Good to see you. Do we still have... Hope you're doing well, man. Oh, that one. Oh, here's a tricky song. Don't know how we go here. Got a bit of the compressor giving me a bit of distortion and, well, not so much distortion, but a little bit of extra boost, which adds a little bit to the distortion. But then I've got a fuzz pedal, which is running, which is giving us that weird fuzzy noise. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear, Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't very fuzzy, was he? So, it's a song by the Sunny Boys. It's called Let You Go. I've been through a lot of scenes with you, and I've seen through a lot of your schemes too. It don't seem right for you to go and love somebody else. When I was down, frightened of the world, you were always there to make me feel alright. Who has planned my escape through the back door of your house? It was not me. Well, I made up my mind. I made up my mind now. I made up my mind to let you go. When I fit all the broken pieces together, I realized we didn't suit each other. But it still don't seem right for you to go and love somebody else. When I look, see you on that bed, my heart drops further and further down my sleeve. Who has planned my escape through the back door of your house? It was not me. Well, I made up my mind. Made up my mind now. Made up my mind to let you go. Well, I made up my mind. Made up my mind now. Made up my mind to let you go. Yeah, I made up my mind. I made up my mind now. Made up my mind to let you go. Polar Bear, the Chad. Good to see you, man. How's things? Hope it's all going well. Better lose that one. I think I've done all everything in that book already. Maybe not. There may be other things. I'll go blind. I think that was it. Was it? Yeah, we're calling that as it. So I'm staying with the Strat. And yeah. Going to be more distortion, fuzz. Try try and make it even more. Don't know exactly what that does. So it's probably even more distortion now. So we'll try this. Not really breakfast music. Sorry, Polar Bear. Well, I'm a steamroller, baby, about to roll all over you. I'm a steamroller, baby, about to roll all over you. I'm gonna inject your soul with some sweet rock and roll, shoot you for a rhythm and blues. Cement mixer, a churning and a burning funk. I'm a cement mixer, baby, churning and a burning funk. I'm demolition derby, a hefty hunk of steam and junk. I'm a steamroller, baby, about to roll all over you. I'm a steamroller, baby, about to roll all over you. I'm gonna inject your soul with some sweet rock and roll, shoot you for a rhythm and blues. Well, I'm a napalm bomb, baby, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm a napalm bomb, guaranteed to blow your mind. If I can't have your love, baby, there won't be nothing left behind. Can we operate with less distortion? Less fuzz. Take the fuzz out of the equation. Fuzz is gone. No, can't turn fuzz off. Fuzz is gone. Turn the volume up a bit. Still got a bit of dirt, bit of distortion coming through from the overdrive pedal, which is not set very high, so it's only set low. Now if you there was a secret chord David played and pleased the Lord. You don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this, the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall and the major lift, the baffled king and composed in hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty and the moonlight overthrew you. She tied you to a kitchen chair, she broke your throne, she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew the hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Say I took the name in vain, I don't even know the name. I'm going to play another version instead. Oh baby, I've been here before. I've seen this room and I walked this floor. I used to live alone before I knew you. I've seen your flag on the marble arch. Love is not a victory march, it's a cold, broken hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 There was a time when you let me know what's really going on below, but now you never show that to me, do you? But remember when I moved in you, and the holy dove was moving too, and every breath we drew was hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Maybe there's a God above, but all I've ever learned from love was how to shoot somebody who outdrew you. It's not a cry that you hear at night, it's not somebody who's seen the light. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Mr. Gent, how we going? Hope you're having a good night, day, whatever. It's 7:30 p.m. here, so I'm slipping into the night with a couple of songs. Thanks for joining us. A total non-distortion, maybe non-delay. We have the delay as well. Type song, John Denver song, called Sunshine on My Shoulders. Let's see how it goes. Sunshine on my shoulders makes me happy. Sunshine in my eyes can make me cry. Sunshine on the water looks so lovely. Sunshine almost always makes me high. And if I had a day that I could give you, well, I'd give a day just like today. And if I had a song that I could sing for you, well, I'd sing a song to make you feel this way. Sunshine on my shoulders makes me happy. Sunshine in my eyes can make me cry. Sunshine on the water looks so lovely. Sunshine almost always makes me high. If I had a tale that I could tell you, I'd tell a tale sure to make you smile. If I had a wish that I could wish for you, I'd make a wish for sunshine all the while. Sunshine on my shoulders makes me happy. Sunshine in my eyes can make me cry. Sunshine on the water looks so lovely. Sunshine almost always makes me high. Sunshine almost all the time makes me high. Sunshine almost always makes me high. Ooh. We got there in the end. Thanks for staying, anybody who stayed. Little Bob Dylan song, Hendrix, numerous other people did it. My version of it, all along Watchtower. Well, there must be some kind of way out of here, said the Joker to the thief. It's too much confusion, can't get no relief. Businessmen, they drink my wine, climb and dig my earth. No more level on the line, nobody offered his word. No reason to get excited, the thief he kindly spoke. There are many here among us that think that life is but a joke. You and I, we've been through that. This is not our fate. So let us not talk falsely now. 'cause the hour's getting late. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All along the watchtower, the princes kept the view. All the women came and went, barefoot servants too. Outside in the cold distance, a wildcat did growl. Riders were approaching, and the wind began to howl. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Better do a different set of chords. It's a song by an Australian female country, indie, independent type country singer, who's probably a lot more famous than I'm giving her credit for. Her name's Tori Forsyth. This song is about Johnny Cash and June Carter Cash. It's called Johnny and June. I could be your Johnny if you be my June. Have a beautiful, tragic end. Excuse me. Should start again, but we'll just go second line. A romantic mist that lives on, accelerate and descend. Well, we'll make mistakes and have heartbreaks, live under each other's skin. When they come for you, forget what we've been through. Be ready to begin again. Well, I'll take the time to let the bullet holes mend, let the rooms take their seasons, let it melt away from what it was, won't let the burns affect my hands. 'Cause when we're high off the feelings, feed off each other. When I close my eyes, I picture no one else being my lover. Oh, setting Johnny and June on fire. Oh, love that'll leave you blind. love that'll leave you blind. Remember how much you said there was a road through my head, the object of your desire. So won't you promise me, babe, that on my last day you'll hold my hand and you won't cry? Setting Johnny and June on fire. Love that'll leave you blind. Setting Johnny and June on fire. Love that'll leave you blind. Setting Johnny and June on fire. Love that'll leave you blind. Oh, sorry, Roundhouse.
Oh, that's good.
Eyes
It's
were
all good.
closed, singing songs. Steph, IHSP, great to see you. I'll get rid of the guitar.
Oh, did I not set that? Oh, no, okay.
How's it all going?
Same old, same old.
Yeah, pretty much here too.
I almost got done. I almost slept through the night. I almost did it. Yeah.
And my bodgy singing woke you up, did it?
No, I had a dream that no one would be able to see through.
Yeah, right.
Eating dinner, doorbell ring. I opened it, and I don't know how, but it was like an adult version of my kid.
Wow. That's freaky.
Yeah. I don't know how I knew, but in the dream I remember looking at it, and I knew. I don't know how though.
Yeah. I've got a couple of dream, whatever they call it, dream analysis books, which I suppose they don't really contradict each other or anything. They're both along the same lines, so there must be something to it, I believe. I'm a believer in dreams being very powerful things.
Yeah.
I don't know what that might mean for you there, mate, but yeah,
I don't know, but
it's an interesting. That's deep. A deep.
Stood straight, not stood, sat up straight in bed, and I'm like, well, I ain't going back to sleep after that.
Yeah, right. Yep.
HSP. So I'm gonna hit a big fat bowl and have a thing of chocolate milk.
Good way to go.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good plan. I've got chocolate milk, red wine, and have a bowl myself.
Ooh, chocolate milk and red wine. I would think that would curdle.
It probably does eventually, but yeah, I don't seem to notice that. And they're not in the same glass, so that helps.
Because let me tell you, if I drink, I've done this on accident, not realizing it until after I've done it. Drinking
So that
the
was
milk.
red wine. That was red wine. This is chocolate milk.
Drinking the milk, and then I reach down and drink some Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew curdles milk. Don't ever do that because
Okay,
you'll end up
right.
throwing up.
Is it acidity in Mountain Dew or something? Is it? Is that what?
Yeah,
Does it,
it's a
or
citric.
just it is the the
It's
acid,
like a lemon
acid from
pop.
that.
It's
Yep.
yeah. I would the closest I would say is like a lemon pop. Is Mountain Dew. But yeah, it did not go well that day. Horrible mistake.
Yeah, I bet.
And then the other
Oh,
day,
well.
I was cleaning my microphone off, dusting it, keeping it nice and clean and stuff. And I took the little sponge thing off the microphone. And when I was putting it back on, I pulled one side and I ripped the cover.
Oh no.
So off to the company I wrote, and they're actually sending me a free one. And I just found out it's coming from America.
Nice.
They have them in America and not in China. So it'll be like later this month instead of later next month.
Yeah,
And
right.
they're just sending it to me. I'm like,
Right.
oh, thank you very much.
My ex was one that would write off to, like, she'd do it at her workplace. She was an office manager for a supermarket chain,
Okay.
in a supermarket store thing. So she was in the office dealing with things on computers and all that sort of stuff. So she could easily just send off a quick email complaining about a product that she received. She would do it religiously. Man, she used to get fucking boxes of stuff would rock up.
Yeah, I mean, if something goes wrong, all right. I was under the impression that they would say, it would be like $5, da 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 da. I would have no problem with that. They ended up warrantying it.
Yeah, nice.
Even though I think I'm going to get a new mic.
She would like do cigarettes if there was anything wrong with the cigarette packet, and end up getting a carton of cartons of cigarettes. So
yeah,
whatever that is. I don't know how many cigarettes were involved, but lots.
A carton of a carton is, I think, 20 cartons in a box. Well, I'll use different words to distinguish it. I think it's 20 cartons in a box or a case or whatever.
Yeah, that would be about right. It would have been about 20 or something, and that's like 200 in a carton thing.
Yeah, because it's what is it? 20 packs in a carton.
Yep.
It's been a while since.
And it was something. It was something weird, I can't even remember what it was that happened with the cigarettes. But she complained about that.
The company I used to buy from, the filters would fall off. The glue holding the filter part to the paper part was bad, and it would always fall off.
Yep. Yeah.
Which is one reason why I started smoking out of the pipe to begin with.
Yeah.
Because when your last cigarette, your filter falls off on it, and it's not even lit yet. You're like, son of a bitch.
Exactly.
See, the smokes I buy now are 10 cigarettes per pack. They're half packs. Because they're not cigarettes per se. They're cigars.
Yep.
But I also only pay $1 or $2 for them. So.
Yep. The problem was that she smoked menthol, which I didn't smoke, so that sucked. She ended up with all these free cigarettes, and I couldn't smoke them.
I have a word for those kind of people. I'm not going to say it, but it's not nice. I was so happy when I found out Biden signed that bill and menthols are under that bill. I was so happy that day. I hate going to people. Can I bum a smoke? And you get a menthol. Ugh.
Yeah, right.
Ugh.
I have smoked them, like, in the past. Like when I was smoking, I did. If it was the only smoke that I could get, I would still smoke it, but I wouldn't.
I do too, but I end up burns. like I'm allergic to the menthol or something. It ends up burning my
Yeah, right.
throat and my mouth and everything.
Burning the throat really bad. Yeah, you get the same. Exactly. I don't know how they do it. It's quite amazing.
So I woke up, I looked, I noticed you were on. I'm like, son of a bitch, I got to move my mic or move the camera because the camera was on the Bachardi or the daffodil tank.
Ah, yep.
I was watching the daffodils last night for a little bit. Oh, is it supposed to snow today? I got to start all my stuff.
Definitely not going to snow here.
No.
It's
Saturday's
8 p.m. and
50%
still 100
chance.
degrees.
We had snow the other day. Enough to cover the street,
Unreal.
just a dusting. It covered all the streets and sidewalks and stuff.
Cool.
Oh, I know. I get. I don't. When I'm bumming a cigarette, I don't complain about it. It's just I don't like it because it, like I said, it burns my throat and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. All flavored tobacco is illegal.
Wow.
I think
That's pretty freaky.
Biden did that in January, February. He did that.
I found that website that gave you up-to-date prices and prices on cigarettes in the US and the taxes that we charged on a pack as well. It was fascinating stuff. Like New York were just getting towards $12, $15 a pack, something like that.
Yeah.
And places like Virginia and other old school tobacco growing areas were still $1.52 and stuff like that. It was incredible.
Chicago, I think it's like $15 a pack now.
Wow. Yeah.
I went to the smoke shop trying to get my cigars and they were out of them, so I had to buy cigarettes. Oh my God, $6.50 for a pack. And they're times. They're not even name brand. How the hell did you? I mean, how do smokers do it now? $6 a pack. That's crazy.
Yep.
Because for me, a pack would last a pack would literally last not even a single day. I usually smoke like 1 or 2 cigarettes out of a second pack per day.
I'd buy a pouch, and it was approaching $20 for a pouch of tobacco. I can't remember how many grams it was, 20 or 30, whatever. I can't remember.
I buy this stuff now.
Just a pouch, and roll my own, and that was so much. You'd save a fortune, you know.
Yeah.
So
I'd
probably get a fortnight out of what I would get a day out of a pack.
6 ounce bag, and I pay. I think it's like $5 for the 6 ounce pack or bag. Yep. But see, I don't roll my own. My fingers don't work like that. When I was in jail, I had to pay my cellmate to roll my cigarettes. Actually, I didn't have to. I offered to. As he's looking at me trying to roll my third cigarette in literally a minute, and I literally ripped it in half the third time. I don't have the finger.
I'm not sure who it was that was.
I guess I don't have the finger controller. I'm too hard of a touch or something.
I'm not sure who it was that.
I got to hold on. I got to look at this for a second.
Showed me the other day. I think it was Rocco, but he showed me like a credit card machine to roll cigarettes with.
Okay, I'm back. My pops brought me the old model.
You were breaking up a bit there for a bit.
I walked away from the mic.
You or whatever. So.
No, I walked away from the mic. And oh yeah, all the pieces look like they're here. And definitely got to get sandblasted. Beautiful, beautiful. Man,
$32 a carton. That's as I said, it's $50 a pack of 25s here, and still going up $5 every few months.
Jeez. So I was talking with my dad the other day about my grandpa's. My grandpa had when my grandma moved from her house to the second house. She got rid of all my dead grandpa's old models. He had a huge model collection, and one of them was a metal model that we started and never finished. And I was talking to him. And my dad found it and brought it to me so I can, redo it. Hubley. It's a Hubley model. I don't even know when this is from, but it looks like 1950s or so.
A plastic model.
No, metal. Actual cast iron metal.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Camera. Is it that one?
Oh,
no.
Is that like
that one.
Whoa, wow! What's that? I can't even remember what that stuff's called now. The metal, like Lego, but you do it was all
the
metal.
Old.
Oh, nice! It's like a Model T or something like that type.
Yeah, this one is a Model A.
Model A.
Or wait, yeah, Model A
yeah,
coupe.
right. I saw them. Yeah. I saw a little bit of it just for a fraction of a second there. I thought it might have been a Model A.
Yeah, but I think the yellow and black is going to go good.
Yeah.
Obviously, I got it
nice.
sandblasted because
that's the color.
Yeah,
that's the color straight out. You're already done.
No, we started this already, but what happened was we didn't paint it right. We painted it and it started chipping. The paint chips off. Oh wait, no, hold on. Paints are chipping off everywhere, so I'm gonna take it to my old work and sandblast. It even comes to white wall sticker tires. That's crazy.
And what do you call? What is that stuff? Gone blank.
It's just stickers to put on the tires for the white walls.
Yeah, but I mean, like when you that you really do to steel, like
sandblast
to paint it.
I'm going to sandblast it and then do it the right way. I'm going to primer it and all that.
Like electroplated.
Oh, powder coat. You're thinking powder coat.
That's it, mate. That's it. That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Yeah.
I wonder if this could be. How much would that be? Because it would be a lot easier to do this. Because I'd have powder coated this in chrome, the bumper.
Nice.
Because you can't ever find a good chrome, like a shiny chrome.
Right. That's awesome.
Oh, that must be the steering wheel. But yeah, I got this the other day, so I'm kind of stoked about this. I want to build it up.
Very cool. I watched a movie last night. Bruce Willis, like a gangster movie. He was in this little country town thing.
Yeah.
Survival, Last Man Standing. That's what it was. Last Man Standing. Wild movie. He had 2 guns, which he just would go in and just blast and kill 42 people, and nobody shot him every time. So he's good, but yeah, it was interesting.
The
It was an
Hubley
entertaining movie,
Manufacturing Company in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I don't see any
So,
dates on this,
Hubley,
which sucks.
not Hubble,
Hubley.
not Hubble, it's
Hubley.
Hubley. Yeah, right.
Hubley. I don't recognize names, so I don't think they're even around anymore.
Never heard that. But, yeah,
Well, like I said, I'm
never
assuming
seen a model like that.
this
Never
is
seen a
from
model of that quality.
the 50s or 60s at least.
Yep. I
Okay.
couldn't believe it. I looked into getting models recently for the young fella and just went, my
There
God,
you go.
it's like, and it was $100 for
Oh, yeah.
a GMC model or something like that of
Models are
a
just crazy priced right now.
truck. I went, man, there's no way, because I used to do models when I was a kid and I had to buy my own most of the time. I'd probably get some for Christmas and birthdays and that sort of stuff, but get one here or one there.
Well,
But I'd buy my own. And there's no way I could afford to pay that sort of money if I was a kid.
yeah. Well, do you know why models,
Back in the 70s.
all plastic models are raising in prices because the oil shortage. Yeah, they need a goop. Oh, yeah.
Am I causing an echo
Nope.
at all or anything? Your audio keeps breaking up, but I don't know if it's me or you or
Oh, sorry. I was trying to
probably
degoop
something
my
wrong
dog's
with it.
eyes. I was facing 180 degrees from the mic, degooping my dog's eyes.
Right. Yeah, but that's a very cool model. Like I said, I saw some at Aldi, and they were like Revel or Revel or whatever the thing
Revell.
is, the brand, and they were like a big box, of a truck semi trailer, not no trailer involved, just the truck, and they were like $25. I went, that's outrageous. I came home
That's
and checked
actually
it out,
cheap.
and they're all like $150.
Yeah. Models are going. Models are going up in price because of the plastic, which is a petroleum-based product, and because we're having the whole petroleum shortage here because we're not buying it and we're not shipping it in and I don't know what the hell we're doing for gas, but yeah.
Yellowstone, hello. Good to see you.
I don't know if they still do it, but I know testers made metal models back in the 2000s, and they were painted metal. The bodies came painted, and the floors, the interior of the floor was fuzzy. They put the fuzzy on the interior part and all that. At one point, I had a '69 GTO Judge, the orange color one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you had like not Velcro, but like plush.
Yeah, it was like a fuzzy for the interior parts.
Unreal. I only ever had plastic. It was all plastic, the whole lot.
No, I'm sorry. The testers one, these were metal bodied. Back in the 2000s. I don't know if they still do it. But shit, I've been looking at a model kit that's been $60 for 01 A, B, C, D, E. 7 models in one box. It's a lineage set for Star Trek. Every single Enterprise in 1/2500 scale, and of course, it's the only one that you get the NX-01 model out of. Did you leave? Oh, there he is.
I think I'm back. Who knows?
Yeah, you're back now.
As I said, your volume or your audio just keeps going through all this freaky.
Oh,
freaky
yeah. IHSP just said it. IHSP just said it. When I was tapping the two middle pieces together, the software would have cut it out.
Yeah.
My noise cancellation software.
Right. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. And
But yeah, it's definitely metal.
I just went in. I tried to turn your volume on these settings that they give me. I get that echo cancellation, and I can adjust the volume of your mic. And
Yeah. Am I too loud?
I don't think so.
I'll back it down some.
No, it's all cool. It just goes wow wow.
Oh, no, that could be me
Very
talking.
right.
That could be me talking and just not. I'm still in that morning stage.
No, it was definitely some sort of collapse of the microphone just not working.
Let me check my cable.
That's what it sounded like.
I haven't checked that in a while. I'll be right back.
It may be my end, so might be something to do with coming through here. Said it's been fine for the last few minutes.
Man, I have so many cables coming out of the back of this computer. It took me a minute to find the headphone jack and the mic jack.
Right.
Oh. What am I gonna do today besides doing water changes on the Lowboy and the 40 breeder?
Same thing you do every day, Roundhouse.
Oh,
try to take over the world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm trying to find a place to go now that I got my car, but go figure. I don't have the car. I want to go everywhere. I have the car now, and it's like, eh.
Oh, that's it. If you got your car going, you're laughing. It's
one of these days I'm gonna go north of me and go possibly get arrested. I have to do a little bit of trespassing.
Okay, right.
Possibly.
That's never good.
Well, there's this Roundhouse Foundation up north of me that's just sitting in the woods, between the tracks and the river, and it's just woods. It's not built or anything, so I don't know if they still own it. I gotta walk over their tracks to get it though, to get to it.
Yeah,
and I'm still going to be doing that soon.
I saw a video come up and checked it out, and it was incredible. It was like a roundhouse at the back of a McDonald's, like an abandoned McDonald's store, and behind it, there's this like railway museum, roundhouse, everything all there, which is again all abandoned. The whole lot's just all abandoned, and you just think, my God, it spun me out.
The first roundhouse I was ever in was the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy limestone full circle one in Aurora, Illinois, when it was still decrepit.
Yeah.
Years later, Walter Payton bought the building and rehabbed the whole thing and turned it into a restaurant and can like, you know, banquet hall. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, right. To feed.
So now you can go into this old ass, 1856 it started. Roundhouse and go have like dinner or something.
Yeah.
But I'm in the process of redoing my whole file system all over again on my Roundhouse file. I'm now color coding the icons. If it's still standing, it's now red. If it only has if the turntable is still there, it's green. If there's remnants of it, like the foundation or whatever that you can go look at, it'll be blue. And then the ones that are gone are still yellow.
Right.
You having internet problems over there?
Fascinating. There's this a full McDonald's. Oh yeah, my camera was freaking out a little, I think, so I just reset it. I think it's all sorted now. We'll see. But yeah, I found it funny that the whole, like the McDonald's was completely intact, basically, and intact, but it was just abandoned. And
Years ago when
same
I
with
was
the railway station behind it.
growing up, we had a train McDonald's. It was an actual McDonald's. Next to the building
Cool.
was 2 or 3 train cars that they connected to each other side by side, not long ways.
Yep.
And you could walk and eat in the old train car.
Yeah, right.
Instead of eating in the McDonald's lobby, the McDonald's tables, you can go and walk into this extra room and pick one of 3 cars to eat in. One of them was a caboose. I never got to eat in the caboose.
Eat a couple of times in a place called Victoria Station restaurant.
Okay.
I believe they're quite expensive restaurants. I was only a kid, so I didn't care, or I didn't even know. But I think they're pretty expensive type restaurants, I think, aren't they? The Victoria Station, and they're all in old train carriages and all that sort of thing. But it's a nice atmosphere and that. But yeah, it's still makes you wonder what made them think of doing that, like limited space, with in a train carriage or two compared to a complete building. But yeah, I think
whoever did this McDonald's had gobs and gobs of money, though, because they actually used mosaic tile, just the little squares of different colors, and did pictures on the wall. They had, around all the walls, like at chest height, was like a train track motif, and same with the floor. And then above the train track, every 3 feet, they did a mosaic of like an old steam engine or old diesel engine.
Yep.
And it was sad when they sold it. The new owners literally just took sledgehammers to the wall.
Yeah, right.
And smashed all this mosaic tiling.
Yeah, right. Wow. It's amazing what's been lost. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
But still, again, what has been maintained is still amazing as well. Like, what is it like? The Central Station in New York and a couple of
yeah,
stations.
Grand Central,
in
the old Grand Central. Oh wait, no, or was that Penn Central?
Philadelphia have they got an amazing station as well? Is that Pennsylvania or like Philadelphia or I can't remember.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, Union Station in Chicago, they tore half of it down. It used to be two buildings. Really? It used to be a building, the building that's currently there, and then across the street was another building matching it. It was part of the station, but they ended up tearing it down.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's got to happen. You know, it's sad. Sometimes it has to happen. Sometimes it probably didn't have to happen and just happened. So
well, luckily in my hometown that was like created in like the 1960s, there's still a handful of houses just scattered around town that date back to pre-1939. They were there, you know, the aerial photographs, They show them in the aerial photographs. So they were built before 39, but they're still there. And you can always tell because their front yards are like three or four times the size of everyone else.
Unreal. Steph,
but one of them,
West Virginia, do you have like special railway bridges like Philadelphia? No, not Philadelphia, but like Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, and they all had these amazing covered bridges for trains over rivers.
That was one of I don't know if they still do it, but if you're ever in America, it's usually in the Northeast, you know, Maine and Pennsylvania, some in Wisconsin, some it's like around the Great Lakes. It's the Covered Bridge Festival.
Yep. Right. Okay.
And you drive through these old ass covered bridges still.
Yeah. Oh, it's incredible. It really is. And like there's
IHSP, I had them.
But there's actual train bridges, you know, of the same.
Yeah.
Like covered train bridge. Right next to the road bridge. And you just think, man, it's just so romantic and so beautiful. These bridges. You just think,
even the car covered bridges, it's one car at a time. It's only one lane. You got to take you got to take turns on going through it. If you start going through it and another other car is coming, they actually have markers. If you come up to a car past this line, you have the right of way because you're past halfway.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, gotcha. That's amazing. No, I got to Lancaster County and I just fell in love with that place, man. That's the most romantic place I've ever been in my life. There's just something going on there. Maybe I just fell in love with all the Amish girls. I don't know. I was like 15.
Oh, we were such jackasses. We would follow the Amish and take pictures of them. Which is honestly nowadays that'll probably get you like hate crimed or something. Because they something about they believe that the camera steals their soul or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
But you know, coming from Chicago, we don't see horse and buggies on the road.
You can't take my photo. Why is that? Because it steals your soul and all that. No, you have the lens cap on.
Yeah.
I think that's from Crocodile Dundee, the Aboriginal Australian saying that.
That might be. Covered bridges date back to, I think the newest one was like 1850s. Some of these older ones, I want to say they dated back to like the late 1700s or very early 1800s. I don't know if they're still standing because we took this trip back in like the mid 80s.
Okay, yeah. Philippa Bridge, West Virginia. There it is. We're getting there. Well, I'm just
And a trip, a trip that you don't ever want to go to, don't ever go to the Mendota Corn Festival. Don't. We did that once. Oh God, that was a horror. The
Right.
smell, the smell. Oh my God.
Yeah, this is stunning.
Yeah, I think it's Philippi. It ends in an E sound. IHP saying.
Yep. That sucks. 2 of the photos I've chosen so far have shown up, and they're like minuscule size.
I did notice you turned your guitar volume down some. Or didn't you do that? Because it sounded fine today.
Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've play around with the mics and stuff like that. And yeah. So what was it? Too loud or too quiet?
What it was doing was when you played the guitar, it overrode your voice. Your voice got really, really quiet.
Ah, yeah, right. So that's interesting.
And today it seemed fine. It was more equal.
It always seemed to be the other way around for me here. So I was overcompensating.
Guys do that a lot.
That's it. Trying to find a photo here that I can do something with and then make it work.
So, man, this is starting to scare. These court cases are starting to scare me, though. 3 good court cases with 3 perfect outcomes in a row. I think the world's going to end. They found Juicy Smollett. He yelled at. I guess he yelled at the judge because the judge was saying his name wrong. Guilty on 5 out of the 6 counts. Yeah. Oh, that's a dual. That's a 2-way. The ones we were going through were 1-way.
It is a dual bridge. Yeah. Sorry, that's about as good as I can do, I think.
Hey,
I can get there. But yeah,
if you go to the top, if you go to the top and click on that picture on the top, it'll actually open that up full screen, I believe.
Yeah, it opens it up and it's a picture about a 1 inch by 1 inch square.
Oh,
it's a thumbnail pic that I'm for some reason, I don't know why, but maybe that one won't. We'll try that one. I think it was a different pic that I was talking about.
Maybe not.
So I'm trying that one that you mentioned, and we'll see what happens.
I can tell, but it has the arches in it from the end to the middle and from the middle to the end. On the outside, you can just make out the arch on the outside of the building.
This is a really, quite a. I don't know if I can. Not really sure how I should link this. I'm gonna put it in the chat. If it fits, it'll let me.
Well, all you'd have to do is search the Philippine Bridge. I mean, I don't suspect the United States has more than a couple.
That's a link to it, which is quite fascinating. It tells about Civil War history and all sorts of crap.
Yeah.
Completed in 1852 by builder Henry Hartley at a cost just over $12,000.
Wait, did you say
Double barrel
19 or
280
1852?
18.
18. Okay.
Yeah.
At first,
Double
I thought you
barrel
said 19. Huh?
286 foot long truss continued to serve. Oh, must be missing something there, but continued to serve
Oh,
250 tracks.
IHP. That's the bridge that they ended up walking over to get to the Philippine battle. Or Battle of
Right.
Philippine. Or,
Check. Okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah, so that is cool.
if
Thanks,
it wasn't
Steph.
for
Thanks for sharing that. That's awesome.
if it wasn't for us asshole Northerners in the Civil War, there would be a lot more cool shit to see in the South.
Mm,
We ended up burning so much shit down.
yeah, true.
Sadly,
That's war.
yeah. Oh, it was a beautiful handcrafted stone, an elegant stone full circle roundhouse in was it Birmingham? No, that's Alabama. Because I want to say this was in Georgia. But the thing cost like 6 times what a normal roundhouse would cost because the guy that built it was rich and they made it out of stone and then they gave it ornate style. Kind of like the 1900s brick building where they put some of the bricks out and some of the bricks in to make designs and stuff. We just burned it with the engines and everything in it.
Yeah, that's it. Burn it. Burn it.
Is there any mods? Boot Austin.
I've tried. It won't let me do it for some reason.
Donna Austin. Am I a mod in here?
Yeah,
IHSP. Oh, someone got it.
It keeps coming up saying that there's an error and it won't allow me to do it.
Yeah, because the message was deleted. You got to get it before that message is deleted.
Okay. So it's already gone, has it? That's cool. Thanks, whoever did it. Got there.
But it was one of those damn malware assholes from India.
Yeah, right. Had a few there the other night with it as well.
Yeah, they're getting they're like everywhere now.
We're going for 13 hours, so sort of expect to get a couple, but
Yeah. Quick draw IHSP.
But I need to get these the Lancaster County bridges. Is that it? It's just awesome.
Lancaster? Yeah, that's not. I'm sure there's a lot of covered bridges in Lancaster. Because that's, I want to say Pennsylvania.
Sure is. Yeah. Yeah. That's like Amish country, isn't it? Is that Lancaster County?
Yeah, no, but it's honestly like in the grand scheme of things, Pennsylvania is, I would say, one of the oldest states because they don't necessarily tear everything down. They might leave it to just like, leave it in the woods to disintegrate by itself.
Yep. Yep.
Wow, they still run this. The Covered Bridge Festival.
Cool. Pool Forge Covered Bridge. That's a cool looking bridge.
Was it? No, this wasn't it. Maybe it was in Indiana. I don't know. The trip we did, it had to have been through multiple states because we went through 30 or 40 different ones. And it's cool because most of them, as you drive up, they'll have the name of the bridge and the date they built it. They put like plaques on all of them. Some of them you had to stop and park at and walk. They didn't, they would let people go on them, but not cars.
I don't know if this will work, but we'll see. Does that work?
It's thinking. There we go.
Show up?
Yeah.
That's all the Lancaster County bridges sort of look like that. Just amazing things.
And if you look, the one that you're looking at the interior, I mean, they built these things to last.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're I mean, amazing. The wood that you're looking at is probably 6x6s at least.
Yeah.
Timber thingies that they build these bridges out of.
Right.
It's huge wood.
Like railway sleepers or bigger and
yeah.
It's incredible.
Man, it's been a long time since I heard them called sleepers. Most people just call them ties. No, because most layman people just call them ties.
Yeah, right.
Railroad ties.
And we call them sleepers.
Yeah,
sleepers over here.
Well, the railroad people call them sleepers too, because that's what they're actually called.
Okay, right. Cool. If you can get a hold of any over here, like they're worth big dollars in landscaping installations. If you can pick them up at a cheap auction or something, that you can sell them off for big dollars to a landscaper.
Dude, I know places that
millionaire's front yard.
I know places to go to get them in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, there you go.
The railroad people, they just when they replace
the same over there, though. There's an underground market for them, which is
not so much. Old barnwood, yes, but not so much railroad ties. Because they put a thing called creosote on them that makes them toxic.
Yeah.
But if you can get untreated ones, which back in the day you could, my parents ended up, instead of paying the $200 when they were building the house to have a back garage door put in with a walkway, they dug out the dirt because the dirt was pushed up against the house. They dug out the dirt, cut the hole in the wall, and put the railroad ties on each side as retaining walls.
Nice.
They've also made steps out of them. What I wanted to do was get old actual railroad rail and do like edging at the sidewalk.
I don't know. Not sure if we're going to see this one as I'm sort of intending, but man, this is incredible.
Definitely a good vacation.
It's getting to that stage where you think, do I really want to try this? Do I really want to go across this bridge?
I mean, they're tested every year.
Yeah.
I know they test them before the festival every year.
Yeah, I know. There's nothing wrong with them. I know. Yeah.
Florida really, I mean, I have found
what I'm trying to show you is
Hulk. The buildings I look for in Florida, there is none left. They tore them every single one down.
So there's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Whoa, hang on.
And it's not even a standard. It's not even a standard bridge. I mean, 10'6". Geez, you're looking at I mean, some pickups can't even get through that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Wow.
Because a standard is 11 foot.
G'day, Hulk. That sounds very cool, man. Or Florida with the old buildings and stuff, and bridges, and what do you say? Not a lot of older bridges, but some pretty neat features in modern architecture, which is
Now get this. They made this bridge like back in 18 something, and it's still standing. Yet
yeah,
the brand new bridges going over the Mississippi River, those things are breaking in half and
right.
being shut down. I can't remember what bridge. The whole damn, I mean, literally, it's the main support for the bridge. It's like 6 foot by 6 foot box, steel box, cracked right in half.
Is it because they're different waterways? Like the Mississippi's just outrageous.
No, it's just bad feel when they built it.
Yeah. All right. Yep.
And now that piece cracked because of how the bridge was made, that was the support. That's what kept the bridge, that long line of metal, boxing that was all connected. That's what was the support, the frame of the bridge. Now that the frame is cracked, they gotta physically inspect the whole bridge in case that put extra strain on something else.
Man,
luckily they didn't tear down the old bridge yet. Because now the new bridge is shut down. They have to use the old bridge again.
The last time I was in Lancaster County in Pennsylvania was like I was 15. So that was 1981 was the last time that I was in America, basically, same time. And
so much has changed.
I just thought, man, I want to live here.
Yeah.
I want to live.
Honestly,
I want to live in this place. It's just
honestly,
it's the most
since
beautiful
the 80s,
place I've ever seen in my life.
So much has changed since the 80s.
Yeah,
I remember in the 80s, as a kid, we'd walk around and find abandoned houses from like the 30s, that no one's ever lived in for years and years and years, and we'd go and hang out in them and stuff. Now they tear all that kind of shit down. It's like they tear everything down in the U.S.
Yeah, right.
To the point where when people go walk through the woods and find something, they keep it hidden now. It's sad. It's like, man, because if you're into this stuff, you want to actually go see it and touch it with your own eyes and, touch it with your hands and stuff.
Yeah.
Because pictures don't do anything justice. But now, because, the city, like I found an old bridge in Rockford. Awesome looking bridge. Great picture setting. I took some pictures. I went back the next year. They tore it down. It's been there since the 30s. Unused. And they wait until now to tear it down. Honestly, I think it was because of my picture.
But your picture was on the wall.
Oh no, because I originally had my picture up on Google Photos or whatever the hell they called it, and I linked it to Google Maps. So you could, if you're on Google Maps, it would show like a little icon of something to see.
Yep.
And you'd click on it, and it would open up the picture of this bridge, which, like I said, I mean, it was a gorgeous photo. And it was secured. There was fencing around it, so you couldn't even get to it, really. But the nature of it was just, I don't
know. I'm struggling to get this link up. I'm sorry, but I'll try again and see if I can get it this way. But, this is a pretty awesome photo of a what's the name bridge, a covered bridge. No, doesn't look like it's going to let me do it. Oh, maybe sort of, kinda. Is that showing up?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Look at that.
I like
That's
that
nice.
car. I like that car.
Exactly. That is
That's
nice.
a 55, 54, 55, I'm guessing.
Is it? Okay. Yep.
Yeah. It's not a 56 because 56 had the big fin. It had the pointed fin. That has the straight fin.
That is so cool. Oh, sorry, Roundhouse. Are you
Oh, no. I was waiting for you to get done. But this is a bridge that they tore down.
put that up there?
And in the
Yeah,
area,
right.
it was just. Oh, really? It's not going to let me change? Okay, fine.
Like sooner or later they become like hazards, and
The thing
they
about
have
it
to
is,
remove them and that sort of
where was it? Because I walked around. I had to actually walk through a building and get it from the backside. This is the backside. It was fenced off. I mean, you couldn't get to it. There was fencing all the way down over here.
That's like the bridges from Stand By Me, that movie.
Yeah.
Like, if you know that movie, and that, isn't it? It's like
It was
sort of
honestly, it was like one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in Rockford, Illinois.
unreal.
Because underneath the bridge was, do I have a picture?
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, you might be able to see it now. The stream came from your left, went under the bridge, and then to the right, and then went straight down. And this was like a concrete retaining wall from back in the old days. And then farther down was this small bridge going over just a drainage ditch. That one's still there. And then in 5 feet from that was this. Yeah. Just sheets of granite laying in the middle of the woods. There was like 4 or 5 sheets of granite. I'm like, man, I'm thinking, how the hell do I get a truck back here? Yeah, I always got a kick out of this. A doorway so you can walk into the stream or the creek. But what was it? This was Heath Creek. Oh, I think I showed that one already. But yeah. Sadly, they tore it down.
Right.
I mean, shit. I honestly, if I had the chance, I would have bought the damn bridge. I would have bought it just to keep it there.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. That's incredible, aren't they? As I said, like Lancaster County, just the these massive big barn-like hotels and houses and just
it might have been
things.
It might have been IHSP because at one point they did use this creek as a transportation way.
Yep.
Or it could be a fire escape. Also, back in the day, they had no problem putting a fire escape into a shallow creek. Because at the deepest, it was like between knee and waist high at the deepest. Currently, it's like ankle deep.
Yep.
But they trusted people to be smart enough not to, as you're running away, not to just fall down and lay in the water. Nowadays, not so much. They would never do a fire escape out into a stream or anything like that. But back in the day,
That's
they
very
had no
cool.
problem doing stuff like that.
Yep.
Oh, speaking, I read that it's subways at first. We also had a subway that they filled in. And a subway is pretty much just the same as an overpass, except it's who was there first.
Yeah, right. So I'm not quite understanding that.
Well,
What do you
okay,
mean by all that? Sorry.
if you have one railroad track or we'll call it we'll use a railroad track. If you have a railroad line and another railroad comes up to it,
Yep.
if they go over it, they do an overpass. If they go under it, they'll do a subway. It was designating who was there first and who had the right of way. The property rights type thing. But they would go underneath the track and make like in essence a small tunnel to make the upper railroad just a bridge, but they would call it a subway because it would be on their line and they're going under.
Yeah.
If they were going over, they would call it the bridge, and then the opposite would have the subway.
Yeah, cool.
That's who the hell was it? Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul. Why do I not have? Where the hell did it go? Huh. I don't know. I could have sworn I took pictures of it because I was there at one point.
I don't know.
Yeah. We also have a drive-in theater that I went into and took pictures of.
Yep. There's not many of them around.
No, let me see one of the best pictures here. What? I gotta
over here anyway. In Australia, there's very, very few. Yeah, there's a few of the old existing areas, like the whole thing is still intact, but it's been built in all around it. And like houses, so it can't operate because it makes too much noise.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, it hasn't been sold off. They're just holding on. The owners must be just holding on to it for property value increases and stuff like that.
Share my screen.
It's still got the screen and everything there. It's incredible.
This still has the screen. This is right in front of the screen at like maybe 20 feet in front of it. What you're looking at is the old playground. Right here is a pole coming from the ground, and then a bunch of rods coming down in a cone. And this was the seat, and it was a swing that spun in a circle. It's kind of weird to just look into the woods and see a swing like this, because the whole area, it looks like that now. The screen is back here. The projection house. I was standing right in front of the projection house, which roughly looks like that inside now. Where was it? Now that's a screen.
Somewhat.
Oh, no. Oh, that was on the next one.
I might,
And then the picket fence that was around the park area is still partly there.
yeah, right. And how old is this? Do you reckon it's?
They closed in like the 60s, maybe 70s. They used to show pornos, and they decided to build a street next to it with houses, so the houses complained. But I mean, some of the electronic and stuff is still there. Parts of the road, this is still asphalt that it's grown
Yep.
over on. This was the front. I ended up going in the back first. I went in the back way. The one thing I don't have a picture of is the ticket booth, because that was too close to the road. But this is what I had to walk through to get there.
Wow. It looks all right.
This is where it got hairy, because I was on someone's property and they had that little trail, and then I had to actually go over a small hill through heavy trees to the and then you were in the drive-in theater property.
Yeah, right. And is that the screen in the background?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
I mean, the screen looks like it's in good condition still.
Yeah, right. Unreal. That's incredible.
This is
as I said,
the screen's up here.
Like they've been abandoned for 20 years or so, but
yeah,
they're like the screens are still there, and they're all surrounded now completely by housing, and they're just waiting to sell them off as a development for a high rise or something, or a shopping center or something, whatever.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, still standing to this day.
Nice. That's cool.
It's looked at maybe 4 or 5 tornadoes and laughed in their faces. The thing still stands.
Yep. Yeah, right. That's amazing.
But what got me was the wood swing that was still standing. It's like, dude, seriously, with all these trees, I would have thought it would have fallen apart and stuff already. They made shit good back then, though.
Yeah, that's very true. Things were made to last. We're in a disposable society now where everything's just throw away. It's all got to go somewhere.
Yeah. Well, the mechanic actually said that. He's like, dude, why don't you just sell this car? I'm like, hey, they don't make them like this anymore. And he looked at me. He's like, yeah, that break all the time. I'm like, that it's just because it's old. All the parts on the car are original. Yeah, of course they're going to break. But when the nuclear bomb hits or the EMP hits, my car will start and run, and yours, you wouldn't even be able to do shit with it because it's all computer.
And if you can maintain it and keep it on the road for another 10 years or so, like, it's going to be worth a fortune, isn't it?
Yeah, it's already starting to become that. It just gained the status of antique classic car.
Yep.
Which is 20 years. So
that's cool.
I mean, I've done most of the work. I only got like literally 2 things or 3 things left. Yeah. I got to do the exhaust yet. And with the exhaust, that would be the O2 sensors. I have to replace the ABS pump. And I want to replace the driver's side seat, the steering wheel, and then the little handle that you hold onto the door to close it because the clip broke. So it's loose.
Okay, yeah.
I already I already had the engine rebuilt, the trans rebuilt, new gas tank, brakes, shocks, struts, oil pan, brand new convertible top.
Cool. Yeah, right. So
I did the
it's
convertible
all
top
done.
this last year. Yeah.
It's
I knew
basically all
I
done.
knew when I bought the car for 5,000 that it would, I bought what was it, 2014, I think I got this. I paid $5,000 for it. I knew I was going to be putting the money into it, but the reason I bought it is because it was an older car, and it didn't, I don't have to go through emissions anymore. I can do whatever I want to the exhaust and not get in trouble. And the fact that, well, the one thing I was wrong about is the parts are everywhere because it's an old car. That was a gross misunderstatement. The parts are nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and get this:
thing.
the mechanic shop tried to make me pay for the power steering pump and the pulley. Oh, bullshit! You broke it. You're paying for it. I ain't paying for shit.
I got a few friends that have got a couple of friends that have got 66 Mustangs,
Mm-hmm.
and and they probably paid 20 something grand.
Oh yeah, you pay.
20,
I mean, shit.
20. That's 20 years ago or something that they paid that sort of money, and they're probably worth.
60s Mustang is roughly
70 or something now, or whatever.
A base 60. This is a V6 Mustang from the 60s is probably 50 grand now.
Yeah, right.
I've seen like the GT 350s and stuff go for 125, 130.
Yeah. Wow. Incredible, isn't it?
And I'm sorry, but if I was to buy an old car, I would not be going to Barrett Jackson to buy it. Because the fun of buying that old of a car is fixing it. Because you can fix it in your driveway. You can fix it in your garage. You don't need Ford or you don't need Chevy or anything to do anything on those old cars.
Yeah.
Like you do now.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, now you can't even do brakes of your old. You got to take it to the dealer because it's computerized now.
Well, around 1984, when I was like starting to, I just got my license, getting into cars, and I could go to an auction house and buy a 57 Chevy, but a Holden, like variety, same look.
Yeah.
For like $1,200 and operational.
Dude,
the windscreen on that car is worth $12,000 now.
Yep.
12,000. The windscreen, because it's a curved windscreen.
Yep.
You think, my God, what a mistake! I should have bought them all.
Yeah.
And $1,000 a piece.
I actually have. It's called the Standard Catalog of Ford Cars from 1903 to 2003. And what this book does is it's pretty much all the sales data. I'll use the 78 Continental because it's in there. It does Ford, Lincoln, Mercury, and Edsel. They made this many of this model, this many of this model, this many of this model. The base price was this. These are the options, and this is what the options cost and stuff like that. It's pretty much brochures that they put in a book form. And it tells you a little bit about like the changes of each year, so on and so forth, horsepower and all that crap. But you wouldn't believe the pricing. Brand new cars for like the Continental was like, I want to say it was $7,000 or $8,000 brand spanking new for a Lincoln Town car.
Yep. Yep.
It's like, man,
so
bring back those prices.
Year we talking there though?
78.
What sort of year are you talking?
1978.
Yeah.
But
I started working in '84. Like I was working beforehand as a child. You know, sort of had my own lawn mowing business and a babysitting business, which were very lucrative deals. They were. I made a fortune off those as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I could make more money. And I got my first job. I was getting $173 a week, or $153, which got promoted to $173 after 12 months. And $153 a week, and really far out, man. Like $1,000 car is like expensive.
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back. Hold on.
No.
Go away.
I do believe the link is in the YouTube chat. If anybody wants to come up, feel free. We'd love to see you.
So let's just
We're just
open the book
talking.
up. And we're at 1962. Yeah. Oh, that was a bad year. They made a lot of cars. Holy crap.
Yeah, right.
But okay, for example, a Fairlane 500 6 Series, 4-door, $2,507 factory price.
Yep.
And these are big, you know, these aren't, well, I mean, now they would be considered full-size cars, but they were mid-size cars back then. Here, 1935 Ford, $580.
Yeah, right.
$750 for a convertible.
It's unreal, isn't it?
But I love this book because you can look through and see exactly how much cars cost with all of their options and stuff, because it lists all their options too.
Yeah, yeah. Now, see, it's a big thing. All the options.
Yeah.
Options available.
A 1950 Mercury. Here we go. Most expensive was a 2-door convertible at $34,12. It had an L head cast iron block displacement 255.4, 4-inch stroke 3.19 by 4, 6.8 to 1 compression ratio, a whopping 110 horsepower at 3,600 RPM.
Right.
Convenience options. Oh, they don't give the prices on this one. Radio, power windows, standard and convertible, power seats,
Nice.
oil bath air cleaner, a heater, and two-tone paint and white wall wheels. Those are the only options for convenience. Powertrain was, you could get a 3-speed manual transmission. A 3-speed manual was standard. You can get a touch-o-matic overdrive was optional. I could have sworn they gave prices of the.
Back.
Oh yeah, I guess on the newer stuff they do. But yeah, it's an awesome book if you can pick it up. It's a standard catalog of Ford. They probably are on their fourth. They're probably on their 4th edition by now, because this is a 3rd edition.
Our like our thrift shops and op shops books are a very popular thing. There's lots of people that just go around and all they do, their job basically is go around to op shops, thrift shops, and buy books. It's incredible. Excuse me while the kettle boils. It's like the train coming through. But yeah, that sounds like an awesome book.
And it gives pictures for all the different cars
for
too.
sure.
Granted, they're small and black
And-
and white, but at least you get to see the cars.
Yeah, right. There's so much like that is available in the thrift shops, op shops, whatever you call them. You know, there are so many books like that. Just you go, wow. And for $2, you get $20 out of enjoyment out of it in the first week, just looking through it. And then it may end up on the shelf and not be looked at for a while, and then you'll rediscover it and get another $20 value. And it only cost you $2 to buy.
Yeah. Well, how much was this book? $25 when I bought it.
25, yeah, right.
Yeah, and it was well worth the money because I was working at the car dealer at the time.
Yeah. Oh, no, exactly.
And
That's still a good deal.
It gave me an idea on what to, okay, the base price of the car was this, and it had these, because this book lists all the options. I could go through and go, okay, it had this option. You said this car was fully loaded, but it doesn't have this option, so it's not a fully loaded car.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised at how many people try to scam you. Oh yeah, I bought my car fully loaded. No, you didn't. Hell, I was sold my car as a fully loaded car, and it's not. I found out after the fact that it's only missing one option, and that's a CD player, which I have yet to find.
Yeah. So, Roundhouse, I see your whiptail catfish is still doing well.
Yeah.
You're running up the back wall behind the bubbles there. Beautiful.
Honestly, now that tank is it's a forget me tank. I mean, all they got to do is water changes on it, and it's fine.
It just sort of looks after itself.
Yeah.
Awesome. It's such a cool looking tank, beautifully set up with the high plant on one side and the darkness on the other.
Mm-hmm. I just added a new piece of driftwood to the tank. On the very far right hand side, you can kind of see I put it in front of the sponge filter.
Yeah.
When I put it in the tank, it had some kind of a moss stuff growing on it, like hair. It almost looked like a mix between moss / hair algae. It was long, but it wasn't hair algae, that I know. It was some kind of a moss. But this morning, it's all gone.
Yeah, right.
Which kind of sucks. But as soon as I throw it in another tank, it'll grow again. Because I already boiled. The funny thing is I boiled that piece for 20 minutes, and yet plants still grew out of it.
Yeah. But so what's in there apart from the whiptail? There's bristle nose.
There's a bristle nose. There's the whiptail, the bunch of angels, 2 swordtails that I still have to pull out, a humpback lima, which is what I'm putting in the tank currently, and a couple Cory cats, the NUS Cory cats.
Unreal.
The long fins that I got from Dan.
Very cool. Sorry, man. I should be doing this. I should be doing that, shouldn't I? Sorry. That is it is so cool. It's just amazing. That piece of wood's sort of blocking the filter nicely, and
Yeah. And
just
it's angled up
taking
against the
that
tank,
fuel.
so they can swim between the tank and the wood, and come out in the front.
Yep.
But
Very
it's
cool.
still dark because this time of day the light is still really dull. It's low because it's one of the ramp up lights.
Yep.
By like noon, it's so bright that it's actually a better picture now than it will be at noon. Because the bluefish are just bright, big splotches of light. Because there's so much light, it's reflecting off the fish that it washes out all the colors. I trimmed down my Madagascar lace yesterday. The big old leaves that had all the algae on it, I snipped off and threw out.
Oh yeah, right. So that's on the right hand side.
Yeah, it's a small plant again with fresh leaves.
I recognise the difference on the right hand side there. That there's not that lace plant leaf.
Yeah, the big leaves.
Yeah, right. It still
and
looks awesome.
In the tank behind the camera is a 20-gallon tank that what is it? My aquarium lily is coming back. Although it never grows up to the top of the tank like lilies are supposed to. It's at least growing again.
Yep.
I honestly thought it died because it went away for like almost a year, and then all of a sudden it started growing
my
again.
garden pond is full of like lilies and other plants as well, but has those I can't think of like the scientific names, but they're basically banana plants, with the little
yeah.
You get
they're called banana plants.
Those little things start growing like little bananas. And then they turn into like little lilies.
Yeah, those are the ones that you cannot bury. You just got to throw them in the tank and let them sink.
Yeah, that's it. They do their own thing. Yeah,
well,
you put them on the top as a bunch of bananas, and the leaves start growing when they're close to the top, and slowly they sink, like the bananas sink, and the leaves stay at the surface, and just amazing things especially for betta tanks.
Mm-hmm.
It is so cool watching a betta swim in amongst all that growth. It's just amazing.
I have tried to do banana plants a couple times. I'm going to give it another go shortly. Maybe within the next year, I'm going to get one.
Yeah, right. Again, I think they do better without water movement.
Very low water movement.
I'm just saying from sort of experience, but not really experience at all. Just
from
judgment.
From what I understand with banana plants,
they seem to survive if there's no water movement. If I've got a sponge filter in there, that they may survive, but they may not. But if
from
they're
what
just
I
in
understand,
a tank, just plants and no filtration, they seem to thrive. Even no substrate, they don't care.
From what I've understood, when you buy banana plants, they have no roots. The roots grow out of the banana part or something to that effect. A lot of people will take the banana plant and dig it into the gravel some. No. You just throw it in the tank and let it sink to the bottom, and it'll put out its own roots. The bananas are not roots. They're actually part of the plant that have to be above gravel or above substrate.
I drag them out. I drag them out of the pond, when I get brave enough to go in, jump in the pond and can scoop out a few. And, they've got they might have a 10 or 15 inch trailing thing up to a lily pad, that they've got. And and you put them in. So I can put that, and usually in that case, the bananas will just settle on the bottom nicely and just leave them, and the lily pads settle to the surface, and you've got the tendrils, whatever you call it, waving its way through the water from the bottom to the surface, which is just so cool.
Yeah.
But other times, it's just, it doesn't work like that at all. I just have all I've got are bananas, chuck them in, and they
What
float.
is it called? A hyacinth?
And then eventually they sink, and the growth, the leaves stay attached to the surface as the bananas slowly grow downwards, which is just amazing.
And
Are you
this
saying
tank,
they're a hyacinth?
no, in this tank at one point I tried. I want to say it was a water hyacinth. It was a lily type plant,
right.
but it was supposed to do a flower also.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
it ended up not liking this tank. It ended up dying. It was right in front of the Madagascar lace plant.
I don't know. It's like is a hyacinth like more of a floating, rooted like plants, and
No, because I've seen them. I've seen them in the wild. They're actually it's a plant in the gravel that it shoots up stalks with the leaves and the flower.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yep. Like totally illegal here. We like.
Oh, really?
We can't get them at all. Well,
oh man, that sucks.
Again, some people in Australia have them apparently, so I can't say they're illegal, but yeah, you can't find them. You can't buy them from fish shops or anything like that. But
they
do exist.
I would love to get a lily type plant in this tank to grow. With the angels, I think that would be awesome. Couple stalks with the big leaves up on top that the angels would be able to hang out under.
Yep. Very cool.
But like I said, it just didn't. It ended up dying.
Yeah. It's again, I really don't know if it's got things to do with temperature, because I struggle with mine when I bring it into tanks, leave them in the pond, they would have just thrived, and just done their own thing, unattended, completely. Put them into tanks, and you start having troubles with different light, different nutrients, I suppose, and all sorts of things like that, and yeah. No, I don't have 100% success rate. That's for sure. Like I lose some for sure, but others have survived for years and years and years after transplanting, and they just keep knocking out. They look like they're dead because they might, maybe the cold weather or whatever has killed all the leaves and lack and the change of the sun direction. And then summer comes and they re-sprout and turn into new plants. And and while this time, like the banana patch might be staying on the bottom, or it might even start to float up to the top, make its way to the surface, get to the surface, regrow leaves, and the bananas start dropping again, and just a fascinating plant. I'd love to follow it more. I see a lot. I see what it does and stuff, and it's fascinating. It really is.
I've always had three favorite plants: the Madagascar lace, which I have one.
Yep.
The banana plant, which we just went through, and then water lettuce, which is another plant that you can't have filters and stuff in the tank.
What was the last one, man? I forgot. I lost that.
Water lettuce, the floating plant.
Water lettuce. Yeah.
Yeah.
Illegal illegal here.
Really? Man, Australia sucks balls.
Illegal in Australia, and you get
I mean,
hammered if you got it.
Then again, we have
But people
illegal
do
stuff
have
here
it.
too. So, marijuanas are illegal
People
here.
in Australia have it. People have it for sure, but that's highly like no way. That's such an invasive plant that
I bet.
it's duckweed basically.
Yeah, because down there, it would grow great down there.
Yeah.
But
Duckweed
any
in
surface,
a river,
if you have like an air bubbler that puts out a bubble a minute, that might be okay.
Yeah.
But if you have like these
Yeah.
bubbles that you're looking at, no, absolutely not. It would die.
anything stronger will kill it. Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
It needs it likes perfect, like almost like a perfect calm water.
Yep.
The roots grow down into the water. They look awesome. The roots grow down into the water. They don't go into the gravel.
I always wonder about that. Like, as you know, is it just the water movement that causes the plant to die, or because of the water movement that's causing like nitrogen transfer to a nitrogen oxygen
what
transfer
happens
to happen
what
more
happens
often,
is the water ripples and it gets the actual plant wet, and then it like starts molding and dies.
Yeah
because the leaves want to stay dry. Like if you put a top on the tank, you'll kill the plant because it'll get too wet.
Exactly.
It needs an open tank.
That's what it is. That's what it is in a lot of those style of plants. But there's other plants with more waxy leaves, which that's not the case. And you wonder why, and the bubbles create more nitrogen transfer. The nitrogen gets released in the atmosphere the nitrate gets released into the atmosphere as nitrogen gas, and there's not enough nitrogen, even though you think there's plenty of nitrogen in there. But, because of the bubbles, it's not enough to support the plant.
I'm actually the air stone. The air stone by itself, and then the sponge filter behind the tall plants, I'm actually going to be removing it from this tank within the next probably week or so.
Okay, right.
Because I've noticed there was a time my legs were bad, so I didn't go downstairs for like a month to do water changes.
Yeah.
And, I got the algae and everything on the big leaves of the Madagascar and everything. And I really had no new growth on any of the plants. But once I did the first 50% water change, like the next day, all the leaves that you see on the Madagascar lace, those are all brand new leaves from that one water change. So my thinking is I'm going to pull some of the air out, and I might be able to drop down to like 25% water changes in this tank. Because I have enough plants in here to use all the extra crap that's in the water from the tap. Because I'm on well water.
Yeah, awesome.
My nitrate is 40 parts per million out of the tap. So plants love it.
I bet. No, it's a gorgeous looking tank you got going on there, that's for sure. It's just incredible.
See, this is the only one with the ramp up light besides the low boy. Everything else are on like regular timers. And they don't turn on until I think 9.
Yep.
Something like that. 9 till noon, and then 3 till like 7.
My tanks have been like untrimmed for so long that the bottom half of the tank is now full of Java moss. which looks it's a fantastic look. It's an awesome look, but small fish just disappear into it, and you think they're gone, but they're still there. They live.
A couple weeks later,
they
do you see them
thrive.
again?
Yeah, it's and I like the look, but really it's got to do something about it.
If you can get one of those red melon swords, I think you'd like that plant. It's a real easy plant.
Yeah. There's
which is that bushy thing in the middle.
I haven't really ever tried to keep a sword before, and like some Java fern is a bit of a leafy one.
Mm-hmm.
And what's that plant you've got on the left? The tall plant there, is that?
Those I don't know what they are. Those I got them from Petco. They were not,
Right.
they don't label their plants.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'm not real sure.
I got those plants in like almost every single tank now.
I think
they
I've
grow
got
like
some
weeds.
of that plant growing like in a an ice box out in the back.
Originally I bought just one batch of that plant, one package or whatever you want to call it.
Awesome.
It had the lead metal thing around the base. It was just a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And
right,
I have them all in this tank. I have them in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other tanks.
So each stem will go into be its own plant, and create new plants as well.
Yeah, what you do is you let it grow to the top, and I let it grow out of the water.
Yeah.
And then what I'll do is I'll snip it at the bit, like an inch above the gravel, and that will grow 2 stalks. And then I'll snip the very top and put it into the gravel, and that'll start a whole new plant.
Yeah, right.
Because at a certain height, all the leaves, like you can see on the one, all the way on the right-hand side, all the leaves just disappear. They only get leaves on like the top 4 or 5 inches or so. Other than that, it's just a stalk.
That's very cool. It is a very cool plant. Oh man, I almost had a chance of thinking of what it was called, but I can't. But I think I've got the same plant. As I said, growing in numerous tubs and stuff outside, which just moved a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there, and it's grown. But
and the red melon sword,
most of those things are just full of algae, hair algae. So
the cool thing about the red melon sword is the more light you have, the flatter it gets.
Yeah.
When it's sticking up like it is, it's a sign of saying it's not getting enough light.
Yeah, right.
But I like it.
I haven't seen a red melon sword with 100 leaves. I'm just saying, just guessing. There's 100 leaves there, easy.
Oh, easy.
And that's just amazing. I've never seen a melon sword with 100 leaves. That's incredible.
One of these days, dude, you should see the bottom of the tank. If I stick my head like underneath looking up at the bottom of the tank, all you see is you don't see any gravel anymore underneath that plant. Yeah, it's just root.
Yeah. Awesome. And what did you do? Did you put tabs underneath it?
Nope, never done anything like that.
No, just relying on fish poop.
Yep, in the gravel.
Yep.
This gravel is this gravel is more like a terracotta based gravel.
Yeah.
Like a terracotta pot. And the guy that I bought all the tanks from said this is really good for plants. So when I bought the tanks, I also had him bring over 100 pounds of this gravel. And sadly,
it's got
I didn't catch
iron.
him. I didn't catch him fast enough because he passed away. So now I have no clue what this gravel is or how to get more of it, which really sucks.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I've got a similar gravel, I think, but
some people have said I guess it's a
not
C-chem, the C-chem gravel, but again, I don't know. Just because something looks the same doesn't mean it's the same.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's right.
Because this stuff really does, I mean, awesome for plants.
Yeah, but my tanks that have that gravel in have large cichlids, American cichlids in it, which don't allow me to keep plants.
Yeah, no.
Well, I've got silk plants in them, but every now and again they'll decide that they want to chew them to pieces as well. So,
which is, well, I guess Africans are different because my daffodil tank, guppy grass in there, no problem. The Mangano tank, guppy grass in there, no problem.
Yeah, right.
They'll eat the hair algae off the guppy grass and leave the guppy grass.
I don't know what guppy grass is really. I've never seen it or had it here. So.
Ninja grass.
Yeah, star grass and all that sort of stuff. There's all these different, but no, I've never seen or heard of it in Australia at all myself. And I've been involved in clubs and that sort of thing, and it's just something that never seen here. But we're pretty strict in plants that we'll allow in the country, and maybe that's just one that's never made it.
Share screen. That's guppy grass. It's just a floating plant that it just grows.
Yep.
It's a stalk and then two leaves come out of it. And then it's a little bit more stalk and then 90-degree two leaves. So they come out.
Yep.
It's almost like a Christmas tree. How the needles grow on a Christmas tree. Where they alternate each time by 90 degrees.
Like I get the same sort of effect by hornwort at the top, which starts to grow its way down. And
hornwort is a more dense plant.
And then it's got I've got Java moss and Vallis, and
there's a good picture
in there.
That's guppy. That's a good picture of guppy grass close up.
That's awesome. Yeah,
and it just grows into. I mean,
I've never seen anything like it here ever.
I grow so much of it, I end up throwing it away. Literal basketball-sized balls I can take out of a single tank.
That's what I hear. That everyone's in the same boat. You know that they have that thing that they just.
Except my guppy grass.
They get a little bit and grow millions of it in no time. And
except my guppy grass, a lot of my guppy grass is snail free.
Yeah, that's true. That's
because what I did was I bought a package of guppy grass and it came with snails. I took literally, it was like a 1-inch piece, and I made sure there was no snail eggs or anything on it, and I threw it in a tank, and then over the next year, it grew it up, and now it's like everywhere. Right. About every 2 months on the 29-gallon quarantine tank up here, I pull out maybe a soccer ball to a basketball size ball and throw it out.
Well, I don't know if you want to just roll through some of those photos there. I'm just going to go and make a coffee or whatever I can from that water that I boiled.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, I would assume everyone in the U.S. has seen guppy grass and knows what it is.
Yeah, true.
But it's great for babies. It's great. Honestly, it's great for quarantining too, I think. Because the fish will go hide in it and feel more safe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Excuse me. Hey, asshole. I got headphones on and I can hear you doing that. If you're going to lick your butt, go in the front room and do it. You know not to do it in here. Go.
Sorry, Roundhouse. I won't do that again.
No, I was yelling at my dog. I have headphones on and all I hear is... And I look over and he's licking his licking his butt. No. I'm like, gee, I'm jealous of the dog, really. I wish I could do shit like that.
Oh. No, that's it. No, that's it's got that spiky, like fern-like appearance.
Yeah.
Like a terrestrial fern type appearance. Not like a Java fern or anything. Just awesome gear. And as I said, I've never seen it ever here in Australia, and I don't know if it exists in Australia. I really don't. We've been pretty successful at keeping a lot of plants out of the country, but
this is one of those plants that you can either just throw in a tank or actually stalk them out. You know, pull out the stalks and bury the stalk. It'll grow in gravel too, and then it'll stay. It almost reminds you of like a hornwort or what is it? Anubis? No, not Anubis. Ambunana.
Yeah,
it's
right.
the A plant. That other bushy, where the hornwort is a bushy plant. It's that other bushy plant, but it starts with an A. Is that it? And then there's one that starts with a C.
I know the one you mean.
Like Cambodia or something like that. And then there's one the feather.
Yep.
The parrot feather. Those are all like the bushy plants.
Yeah, right. And they're all USA natives too, aren't they? Is that correct?
I don't know where guppy grass comes from.
I think a couple of them are actually called Carolina, like in their second name is Carolina. The Ambulia Carolina, and because they grow in South Carolina or North Carolina or something.
U.S., Mexico, Central America, West Indies, South America, Canada, from Alberta to Quebec. So yeah.
Wow. Yeah. No, that's it. As I said, like we've got I know we've got Vallisneria throughout our country, all over the place. And
I want the black screen.
It's not much of a concern because apparently it's a bit of a native. So the Val is a bit native to Australia. I don't not too sure, but that's what they're saying.
That's the black screen. Okay. So,
Robert, Tennessee Aqua, good to see you, man. How's things?
That's guppy grass.
Yeah, right.
This is I have this one planted.
That's the way to do it too, isn't it?
Yeah. And then, I gotta unhook my headphones.
Man, you do the bristle nose and stuff like that.
That's all guppy grass.
Do you have terracotta pots? Like just gardening pots, terracotta gardening pots, which you can buy for cheap as chips from Lowe's or wherever.
And then that's the butt head. You gonna say hi?
Haha. Hello. There we are. Awesome. Hello.
High five. Other hand. There you go.
Cool. So cool, man.
Okay, fine. Oh, I'm pulling my wire here. That's not going to work very well. That's it. Let's do it that way. So beef jerky, best stuff for the dog.
Beef jerky, right?
Yep, teriyaki beef jerky.
Teriyaki, unreal.
Yep.
Got a
I go back.
got a good tooth.
And is that one? Yeah, I think that's one. Yeah. So many cameras. You're all done. All done.
Oh, looks like I've killed everything here. Sorry,
No, you're still. I think you're still up.
I'm pushing buttons. I'll have to restart cam, I think, and I hope I'm good.
Oh, Tien's here. What up, Tien?
I've turned the ceiling light off half an hour ago or something, I think. So I've got the ring light working, which is just blaring in my face now. But I think if I work on it, I'll be able to work out a better light system. I don't think I need to have the ceiling light on when I've got the ring light on, and I'll probably get a better picture. But
What
as
you
I
might
said,
want to try doing
I've
is
still
hanging.
got the plastic strip in front, like in on my new camera. Not new camera, it's old camera now, but I've still got the plastic strip on it.
What you may do is try hanging a white sheet in front of the light. What that'll do is diffuse the light and tone it down to where you're not looking like you're getting blasted with light.
Yeah, so I can, like, it's adjustable, so I can.
Oh, okay.
Well, I can swap the different light tones.
See that?
And then bring the power right down.
Oh, okay.
Like that. So now I'm too dark, probably, but I like it better like that.
You're still good. I mean, it's actually a little bit better.
Yeah, it's just overexposure before, wasn't it?
We can see your face now. Before it was kind of just white. It looked like you were literal like clown white face.
So I'm sorry to everyone that can now see my face. But oh well, you'll get over it.
I mean, shit, they've seen my face. No one's dead yet.
No, that's it, man. That's it. So have you got any railway shit happening in the near future? Like, is there a spot you need to go and visit or anything like that to go and
besides this one roundhouse up in Beloit? Not really. Eventually, I want to find someone to go with me to go to Winston's Tunnel, because that's like a mile long hike through woods, and I don't do woods by myself anymore. I made that rule.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ever since the barbed wire fence thing in the woods, yeah.
Got to be careful.
If I fall or something, because there's times where I get into a spot where I can't get out of it because of my leg.
It sounds like there's still lots of opportunities like to go and access all these old school things.
Oh yeah,
in America.
Well, Winston Tunnel is an actual landmark, so that's why it's still there. It's the longest tunnel in Illinois. At almost a mile. It's like a mile long tunnel. And you don't even know it's there.
Yep.
They pulled the tracks back in like the 60s. Because it was Chicago Great Western and they went defunct.
Yeah.
Sadly, they tore down the fan house, which I think was a crime. It was an old stone house that used to house a fan that blew into the tunnel because the people, because this started off in steam engine days, they would get asphyxiated by the smoke from the engine because it would just collect in the tunnel.
Yeah.
So they had to put a fan in it to blow it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
They tore that down like 2-3 years ago. The tunnel's still there that's gated. The other side of the tunnel it's on private property, so no one really knows. But it's reported to be they collapsed the other end of the tunnel on purpose for safety reasons and insurance reasons, I would think, especially being on private property.
But it's still really like I was there in the late 70s in America for like 4 years, and it's like talking to so many of the fish fam people that a lot of all the, well, I'll use that word again, the romantic things are still accessible. There's still hidden things in the bush.
Oh yeah,
you can go and find, and it's just incredible. Historical, like they might be bourbon stills or whatever.
Yeah. Guy up in Maine, I think this was. Guy's walking through the forest and he comes across this old building that's, I mean, it's so dilapidated, it's leaning at a 45-degree angle.
Yep.
So he went and researched it. Ends up it was the railroad station of the town that used to be there.
Wow. And the town's completely overgrown and disappeared.
Oh no, town moved. They ended up moving the town.
Yep.
To like 5 miles down south or something like that. The only building that was left standing, because they moved the houses. They put them on trailers and moved the houses. The railroad had enough money to build the new building, so they just left the old building there.
Yep. And it's probably a railroad town. So the railroad moved the houses.
But they're now there's a whole preservation and everything. They're actually pushing the house back over to square and fixing it and everything. Or I shouldn't say the house, the building.
That's awesome. That is so cool. And like to go and just look through all that sort of shit. It's just blows my mind, the history and everything you can learn and you can dream.
Well, the problem with I would say that the big problem with America is we'll take the easier route versus the road less traveled. And along a lot of the old railroad lines, they have built bike trails and stuff like that. So everyone takes those. And they clean those up. If there's old buildings and stuff, they'll tear them down because, you got kids and everything riding bikes. So you don't want to be having them crushed by an old building or whatever.
Yeah.
So they'll clean it up. You need to like literally walk into the swamps and have a machete to start cutting trees down and shit to see anything good nowadays.
Yep.
Walk down a hill, get clotheslined by a barbed wire fence in the middle of nowhere. Shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I've done that running away from police one time. Not a barbed wire. It was just secured wire fence, whatever you call it. It was just a wire fence. It wasn't barbed wire, thank God. But we were having a session one time when I was like a kid, like 18-year-old, 17-year-old. So I call it a kid. And we're sitting there having a session, just having the greatest time in the middle of this paddock, and didn't think that like we're highly visible from a distance, and we're not in the like we're not in the desert. We're nowhere. It's nothing like that. We're just in suburbia, and we're in a farmland paddock near a hotel. All this sort of stuff going on. So we were highly visible to police as we're sitting there lighting lighters and continuously. And yeah, the police rocked up, sirens came on, we all ran and just ran about, I don't know, we probably all ran about 40, 50 meters, like just enough to get up to full speed, and then just went smack into this into this wire fence, and we just went fucking all four of us smack back on our ass. Oh my God, what the hell just happened? It was like we'd been hit by a bus, you know. But,
Man, them fences in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. And the coppers, they must have seen it and just laughed and left us alone as we all just suffered on the ground, going, "Oh my God, what just happened?"
This is the area. Right there. This wooded area that I'm sharing my screen.
Yep.
This is where the barbed wire fence incident happened. In this woods here. I mean, it's literal packed woods. You would not even imagine a fence being in that. But the fence was roughly, this would have been the hill, so it would have been like roughly around right here.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, you get stuck in here. How the hell do you explain where the hell you are? I ended up parking. This is a golf course. I ended up parking in the golf course and walking down this way. So yeah, it would have been roughly about right here. But this is what I was going to see. This dilapidated straight line here going over the river.
Is that river really that green, or is it?
Oh yeah, it's a very shallow river. You can't take a boat. You can maybe do a canoe or a kayak, but you can walk across this river.
But so the green color is somewhat
algae, and you're looking through the water and seeing the brown dirt.
Somewhat it's displaying what is actually happening. I just thought,
like here is a good example.
Some sort.
You're looking through the water and seeing the dirt underneath it, because it's so shallow.
Yeah,
and that's what's giving it the green color.
Unreal.
Like that's over cool. Here, it's deeper. That's you can see it turns black.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this area. This is a place to go to see when we have hard rain. This whole river is where to go. Yep. You go into this area here.
Unreal, man.
All this floods.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You guys have so many. You guys have so many like inland rivers and all that. You know, we don't.
Oh yeah.
In Australia, it's like we do have a few inland rivers, but they're all pretty much attached to the one river.
Shit, we make lakes.
Just like desolate desert.
All these lakes up here, the Pastiki Lake and all that. This is all man-made lakes. Yeah. They put a dam in and they let it fill to the point where the hell is it? Right here. This used to be an island. This
Yeah,
used to
right.
actually be an island, and then they raised the river, and the island is gone. But the restaurant that's on the island said, "You know what? We're
looked
going to
like a
just
parking
change it."
lot.
Yeah,
Is
this
that a
is
parking lot?
No, this is a boat slip. These are for boats.
Boat. Right. Okay.
This
Yeah.
is it's called
That's a
Blarney's Island, one of the best places to eat out here on the lakes.
yeah. Cool. Yep.
You walk in, it's not really a place for kids, young kids, because Barney's Island, because they're on the water, they don't necessarily have to follow the laws of the towns. So they get kind of crazy. And when you walk in, you look up and there's just underwear everywhere stapled to the ceiling. Thongs and G strings and just everything.
Unreal.
They have boat races out
I
here.
may have seen that somewhere. I must have. It must be the same place because I've seen that where like all the underwear.
Yeah, this is the chain of lakes.
Stapled to ceilings and stuff.
But in this lake, I want to say it's only this lake. They do boat racing. They go in ovals in this lake with like the cigarette boats, the long, million horsepower cigarette boats.
Those massive
That shoot up the rooster tail like 30 feet in the air as they're going.
And to just bounce off the water as they go. Man, that's incredible. Oh, wow. And there's like one of the Great Lakes.
Yeah, this is Michigan.
Unreal. There it is. Man, exactly. Wow. That's so cool. That is unbelievably cool. That's amazing.
I mean, yeah, you got lake after lake after, or river after. This is the Fox River here, and then
I take it the Great Lakes.
This is the Rock River.
The Great Lakes would have areas where they're like going underground and would just pop up. Like
no.
In there,
the water comes in this way through the St. Louis Seaway, and fills. Well, a lot of it's groundwater. Runoff, rain and stuff. But the ocean comes in this way, and all these lakes are connected. And then from Fox or from the Lake Michigan, you can actually go to the Mississippi.
Yeah, right.
You can come in and take the channel and stuff.
Yep.
And it just follows it down. I don't think they really use it anymore. Because I've never seen stuff go down here, but maybe. But yeah, it eventually goes wherever the hell it is down here.
I'm gonna get this wrong, but I think it's the intercoastal waterway, like from on the eastern states of America, that runs pretty well from the southern states all the way up.
The only thing I know is the Mississippi.
Yeah,
comes out in New Orleans, and it comes
probably got a bit to do with it, but
it splits the border all the way up.
It's up the east coast, right up the inland east coast. I think
I don't know anything.
The intercoastal waterway, and it is just amazing. And it goes from like the north to the south, just inland from the ocean, all the way up.
Could that be this part?
So you can grab a boat from Texas and make your way all the way up all the way up the seaboard, the eastern seaboard, which is just incredible.
And I don't know any river that does that. I mean, the only one I could think of would be where it starts here from the ocean, but I don't think it goes up that far.
The only
Yeah,
river
maybe
I
not.
know that goes the whole way is like the Mississippi. It runs pretty much the
This
borders of these states all the way up.
it must be the Mississippi and that yeah, it must be. But I don't think it's too far from the coast.
I know at one
It's
point
called
they had a channel.
that's why they call it. That's why it's called the intercoastal, because it's basically the coast, and there's a channel that runs all the way down the eastern seaboard, not far inland from the ocean, and you can travel that from the Mississippi all the way. So
Oh,
as you
okay.
were
So
saying,
no,
that it's something to do with the Mississippi, it is.
no, it's
to
down
do
here
with
somewhere. Is a 3,000-mile long inland waterway among the Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico.
Right. Okay.
Oh, I guess so. Boston, running from Boston southward along the Atlantic seaboard and around the southern tip of Florida.
Yep. And I read
Oh,
I read a book
okay.
about it.
It's a channel that every once in a while you're popping back into the ocean, because I don't know of any channel that goes around
Is it?
Florida.
Okay.
You would have to go
Incredible.
literally outside and around Florida.
Yep. And I've it's the most amazing thing that I've ever thought of ever traveling, that like a waterway, that would be it. I want to do that at some time, as it's just you cover basically the entire eastern seaboard by traveling this waterway.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go out into the ocean. Nope.
No, that's it.
Because
From
what it looks like, they
intercoastal
So,
waterway,
we're out
because it's all inland.
it's not all inland.
No, you were
Starts
saying
in
something.
Boston.
Yeah. Yep. You were saying there about it actually goes into the ocean.
Yeah.
So as I said, I know nothing. I know nothing, man, about it. Really.
My guessing
But
is it's probably
I read a book about it. But
No, that's too small. Oh, it might bring you down to here. I don't know. I'd have to actually look on a map to find out where the waterway goes. But yeah, it sounds like it's every once in a while you're inland, and then they bring you out on the ocean for a little bit, and then you go back on the inland, and you go back and forth.
right.
But yeah,
No,
this is the new project. I'm color coding everything now.
Okay, right. Nice.
Red is still standing. Green is only the turntables there. Blue is remnants, and yellow is completely wiped off the face of the earth.
Yep.
And I'm only on Kansas. I'll be starting Kansas next.
Nice.
But I think this works a little bit better, because at a glance you can see how little there actually still is. It's sad.
So I hope I haven't
Oh yeah, there you
blocked you off. Or I probably have blocked you off. Sorry.
No,
Sorry,
that's fine.
Round out. I was just trying to get it up there.
No,
so we can look at it.
Okay, hold on.
In the background.
So I'm going back here, and is that? Oh, okay. So yeah, that's it.
All the way up the Florida.
Okay,
Florida.
I found it from Florida, and okay, yeah, you're inland.
And apparently you can travel that by boat all the way. Is that?
Oh, okay. You go into this one then.
Is that the most amazing trip you could ever?
Yeah, that would be kind of cool trip.
That would be, wouldn't it? That is so
Because
amazing.
you'd be going into this big section here. You'd be on the outside. Oh, you'd get really good view on that trip. You would get a hell of a good view of NASA facility.
Mm,
Because
right.
it literally goes through, like right through NASA.
I actually never thought of it like doing the Florida run. Like it's showing there. Like it's I'm thinking of it cutting across because it does the Louisiana, and it does link with the Mississippi as well. I thought so. I'm not too
Oh
sure.
yeah,
But
you'd go through. You go down through Florida, go and then just go up the coast of Florida on the west side. Follow it to the New Orleans, and you can go up to
back up
Mississippi.
and do it that way. Yeah, right.
But yeah,
It's
I followed that all the way up to roughly Jacksonville, and I lose it in Jacksonville.
yeah, awesome. And I don't know where or what in the world can compare to that. It's like that's got to be the most amazing little waterway that any inland vessel can travel. You know, you think you don't have to be a severe ocean-going vessel and
Yeah,
all that sort of thing. You can you're protected. You still may run into chaos, but still you are. It's a protected waterway, and wow, and look at it. It goes the entire length.
yeah.
It's
It
just
pretty much
incredible.
ends in
It's incredible.
Miami. Once you get to Miami, it opens up to like open sea.
Right. No, that's amazing. So once I read the book, I went, man, I've got, if there's one goal thing that I can do and I'd like to do,
Hell,
I mean,
even
I'd like to do that. I would
even
like
just
to do
doing
that.
one leg of the trip, which is Florida, would be awesome because that would still be
Yeah.
you're looking at 2, 3, 4 days.
Yeah, right. Yep. Yeah, it'd be just awesome.
The only problem is the gas prices.
Chubbs
Man, let me
has
tell
done
you,
it. Chubbs
marine
has done
gas
it a few
prices
times.
are outrageous.
I believe that Chubbs has done it a couple of times. And I'm just, worship, bow down to his greatness. Chubbs is just so cool.
Yeah, because I mean, some of these areas look like they could like easily, maybe not height, but width, they could easily take an aircraft carrier. Because I mean, a lot of these sections are like really wide. We'll
Yeah,
go feet.
yeah. I
Oh,
have no.
6,200 feet wide is the channel in some sections.
Yeah, yeah, right. I don't know what sort of boat you can.
Other sections are like a river.
I don't know if you can really put a deep hull boat down there for too long, but
Well, from
maybe you can.
what this looks like, this is
Maybe you can.
actually
You don't know. I'm not sure.
they used an actual river. It's labeled here as Indian River.
Yep.
Yeah,
Indian
even
River.
up here, it's Indian River.
How cool does that sound, man? I want to live in a place called Indian River.
Yeah, I really don't like
that's
what's next to Indian River though, and that's Mosquito Lagoon.
No, there we go.
Yeah, no, that does not sound like a nice place to go.
Yeah, that's what it'd be like. The whole place would be like that, no doubt.
Oh yeah, but that's literally on the north side of NASA facility. Indian River is on the west side of Cape Canaveral. So
that's it.
depending on when you go, you might be able to see a show if they're launching something.
Sorry, man. Do you want me to get this intercoastal
no.
waterway picture off the screen?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. Sorry, it fascinates me, the whole thing. I read a book about somebody that did a travel down there, and just wow, just
If
all the
you,
way through it.
as a non-American, you should get the book called how the states got their shapes. Because let me tell you, as an American, that's like one of my favorite books once I got it.
Yeah, right. How the states got their shapes.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, I have that written down. That sounds cool.
I haven't read because they have two of them. They have how the shapes got their states, and then how the shapes got their states too. I haven't read or seen two yet. I don't see why they would make it two, because the first book seemed very in depth and stuff. So
I spent like 4 years in America. I think it was, let me go, grade 6. Yeah, so grade 6 in a elementary school, local elementary school. So 7 and 8 in a local established junior high school, and the 4th year was a freshman year at high school. And man, I just loved every minute of the whole time that I was there. It was so cool. And
give me a couple minutes. I got to feed the dog and stuff.
Yeah, okay, man. No worries.
He's all sitting here whining at me. Let's go. Go ahead.
And yeah, I was like, from my younger teenage years to my older teenage years, spent in America, and I just loved every minute of it. It was just the most amazing time of my life, and I was blessed and so thankful that my parents decided that we all should just go every weekend we possibly can. We should go touring and check out as much of America as we possibly can, which we did. So, I got to see so much of America and just love every minute of it. I love the American people. I love Canadians. Yeah, it's a sad thing. And then I got to Australia, and Australia is not America. It's a totally different world. So, but I had to adapt. And yeah, I love Australia as well. Always have, always will. But it's a sad thing that you want to be in both places at once. It's it cannot be done. So yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting sentimental and depressing. Sorry, everyone. But yeah, and I don't know. Let's try and get another picture up if we can. I don't know. I don't know what other picture I can put up. Apart from this, I can put this up. Nobody will want to see it, but we'll try it. Let's see if I can put this picture up. Stop screen. Let's see if I can share this screen. There we go. I don't know. Does anybody see? Can you see that? Can you see how beautiful that thing is? What a beautiful guitar. I reckon that the body shape of the guitar reminds me of whatever her name is. Nutella, is it? Nutella Lawson? Nutella. It's not that. But the body shape of the guitar, yeah, is beautiful. What a nice guitar. I think that's worth buying, that guitar. Just for the body shape. It's beautiful. Sorry to bore you all. I'm not one-dimensional, because I'm obviously at least two-dimensional, because there's guitars, fish, wine appreciation, that makes 3, coffee appreciation, and chocolate milk appreciation. That's 5. I'm 5-dimensional, at least. And I thank you all for being here with us. I hope you're having a good time. Tennessee Aqua, Robert, I hope you're still here, man. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. And look at this guitar. I think it's, I don't know on the price. I think it was $79 or something. 75 something dollars, maybe more. Might have been 95. That's a pretty good price. You can't really go wrong on those sort of, and with a guitar that it looks like it's got a very quality build. So I'm sitting here. So I could put, if I didn't care, if I didn't care, let's see. If I didn't care if I got blacklisted, I'd do that. I'd go share screen.
You were on share screen.
Oh, I was on share screen. I took that off. And see if I can do that. If I do that, I'm going to die. I'll die a hideous death.
Gotta straighten it out, find an answer to my prayer. Oh yeah. Well, everything looks so grand from the position I stand. Yeah. Stop that sound, can't you leave me alone? Try to understand me now. Gotta hang up, I can't communicate. I gotta hang up, but I'm a happy man. Memories of you tear me apart. Think I'm swimming in a sea of doubt now. Yeah. I get so uptight, I keep on telephoning up now. Well, alright, I gotta hang up. I can't communicate. I gotta hang up, but I'm a happy man. head now. I've got to hang up, but I'm a happy man. But I'm a happy man. But I'm a happy man. But I'm a happy man now. But I'm a happy man.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And apologies if that offended anybody. But yeah, what a great band. Australian band.
How does a song
Sunny
offend
Boys.
anybody?
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't. But that's an Australian band called the Sunny Boys. And I didn't really mean all that to happen as it did, but it happened. I was trying to get a song played, not that song, but we got there. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, I loved it. And they'll probably nail me. I'll get done for some sort of copyright or whatever, but really.
It's a badge of honor.
Really? Like I've got I probably had 23 viewers over the couple of hours that we've been going, so
Yeah.
I don't see why they would target that, but maybe they will. Who knows? But what
You
a
know what
great
you tell
band,
'em?
man.
Tell them to go suck on a tailpipe from a 1960s car while it's running.
Yeah. That'll do it. That will do it. Get rid of them.
I never understood how they can claim something that's over the air broadcast that anyone can get with a radio is copyrighted. They can, if anyone can listen to it on the radio, then how the hell can you claim anything?
True.
It's not like, it's not like it's from a subscription-based service or anything.
And if it's like the Beatles, man, it's 60 years old. Come on.
Yeah.
We're like we've got to have open slather now. 60 years for sure. Open, I don't know how it goes with like Mozart, all those sort of things, like you can play Mozart, you don't get done for copyright.
Yeah.
Why do you get done for playing the Beatles? Man, they're just the same thing. They're fucking a bunch of old musicians that nobody gives a shit about anymore. So why not? Why isn't that free to play? I don't understand. And I was being facetious. I didn't mean that. But Roundhouse, have you got like your Christmas decoration search? Have you found any classic pieces that you want to share at all, or have you already done that?
No.
No.
The one stuff I was looking for Oh my God, they're so freaking expensive now. This old seat, remember well, I don't know if you know, but in America, we have the small lights for Christmas trees and then the big lights for outdoor. They're
Yeah.
called
Okay. Yeah.
C8 lights, C8 or
Yeah.
C9 or something like that lights. Those suckers
Yeah.
are expensive as shit now.
Right. Unreal. Oh, we did a bit of a like we were in Australia. I'm trying to think of when it was 1975, 1976, something like that, and got transferred to America. So we jumped on a plane, off we went to America, and discovered, like in my memory, like I was probably 11 at the time when we got to America.
Mhm.
And we got there, and okay, there is this thing called like Christmas lights that people do, and so okay, right. Never seen that before. And
Oh man.
I don't know if it happened in Australia before that, but really it was not a thing, that's for sure. Got to America and man, it's a fucking thing.
Yeah.
Christmas lights is a thing. I mean, wow. It was
Growing
on
up,
for
there
young.
used to be a town like just to the east of us that the whole neighborhood would get together and do Christmas lights on the street
Yeah, right.
to the point where they were doing stuff from house to house over the street. You know, a Santa Claus sleigh with all the reindeer and stuff. They
Yeah,
called
right.
it Toy Soldier Lane.
Unreal.
And they would
No,
have like 1,000. They'd
that's
usually have over 1,000 toy soldiers in
that's
their
what I mean, man.
display.
It was outrageous.
Yeah,
It was over the top. I'd say.
us Americans,
Everybody
we love
had
going over the top.
Christmas decorations, and it was just awesome. It was just amazing, and snow made the influence a bit better and all that, but still, just the just all the participation from every individual
Yeah,
into Christmas was just blew me away, and that's how it was. Whoa, so
it has slowed down a lot.
right,
It seems to be kind of picking back up, but for a while, like in the 90s, it slowed down a lot. And the only thing I could think of is the older people were dying off, and the kids didn't realize
yep,
how fun it was for a couple of years. And now the kids are starting to do it again. You know, that have
right,
grown up.
yep, that's amazing. Yeah, there's probably something about um, some sort of economical situation where it was like it fluctuated
Well,
a
it's
bit.
a lot of work.
People didn't have money to expendable money to spend on Christmas as much, so
Yeah.
those kids didn't experience it as much, or something. I don't know. I was lucky. Like the 70s was pretty profitable time in America. The
Well,
late
I remember
70s.
growing up and putting Christmas tree lights up. That was like a week-long ordeal. Putting up all the lights and everything on the house and inside and outside the house and
Yeah,
everything. It was a
yeah.
lot of work. And
As I
I
said,
think,
we were Australians, and we didn't go that far out, but other people in our neighbourhood did for sure. But still, we got as much decorations as we could up. It was just incredible, and it was a huge thing. Like every afternoon for, as you say, for not a day, but for weeks, that you'd be working on it.
And my mom used to make stuff. You know, the stuff that you can buy now, they didn't have back then.
Yeah.
You know, toy
Yeah.
soldiers and big candy canes and you know, what
Yep.
we used to do, we would take beach balls, blow them up, paper mache them, and do them as ornaments that we would hang from the house. So we had, you know, big circle ornaments and we would paint them up as with decorations on them and stuff. And
Yep.
then what we did was we took the old metal coffee cans. We would take two or three of those, and then a upside down bleach bottle on the top, and put the lace and everything, or not the lace, the tassels and everything, and those would be toy soldiers.
Right.
We always went goofy.
I don't. Yeah. I don't. I don't remember doing any of that stuff, but like.
Well,
I do remember doing the tin cans with a string, and
The
you
phones.
run the string. You might run the string 100 meters or 200 yards or whatever to another can at the other end, and
Yep.
you could communicate through that, like hundreds of meters.
Yep.
Through
Hand telephones.
How did that work? How, I don't know. I have no understanding of that science. And
Yeah.
I'm a scientist. I am a scientist, but I have no understanding of that science.
The
of how that
can the can transferred your voice into vibrations. The taut screen or the taut string transferred the vibrations, and then it reverberated in the opposite can and turn. You know.
Yeah.
But I brought that up the other day with Kevin, and Kevin's never even heard of that. He started laughing like I was from an alien planet, and I'm like, dude, seriously, you've never done a can phone?
Man, they were just the most amazing things. And if someone sat me down and said, right, you know, we're gonna make sure you tell us how that works, and
Yeah,
I would sit there and go, I have no fucking idea.
Yeah. You just go there. You just go there with your finger in your mouth, going.
I did it so many times, but I have no idea how it works. And
yeah, it's all sound vibration.
In my childhood, which I tried and did, and I don't know how it worked, but man, when it did work, it was cool. But that, yeah, that's the most. That's probably the big one. And thanks, Roundhouse. That's awesome, man. Such a great memory.
I remember going and doing the stupid popcorn with the needles on the strings for the Christmas trees. I hated that.
Man. The thing was that you'd end up with, like, I don't know. I have no idea what they were ordered in, but we would order in popcorn by the kilo. You know, so it was mega kilo, big metal cylinders, chocolate block full of popcorn would come in, and it wasn't supposed to be eaten. Like, well, it could be eaten, but it wasn't supposed to be eaten. It was supposed to be
usually it was old and stale.
Yeah, it was intended for decoration, but man, it tasted good. So you're doing the decorations, and you're eating popcorn, and you're doing the decoration, and you're eating popcorn.
Yeah.
Man, how cool was that? It was just awesome. And we need butter.
Every once
So,
in a while, you sew through your hand because you just
roll
get
of
so
butter.
bored.
Unreal. I was probably one of the worst. That I would get bored with all that Christmas decorations and all that sort of stuff. I've always been a bit of a bar humbug, the Grinch, all that sort of stuff. But like, I love Christmas and it's great. And I never get to spend it with the people that I want to spend it with, which really hurts me. And so I've never been a big fan of Christmas. But yeah, if you get it, it's all about spending it with the people that you want to spend it with. And if you can do that, you've achieved a successful Christmas, and
Yep.
that's all it is. It doesn't mean
Money,
any
and for Christmas, money don't buy Christmas. I mean, granted, people that don't have money is going to look at me and go, "That's bullshit." It has nothing to do about how much money you get on Christmas presents and shit. It's just enjoy the family.
Yep, exactly, man. So true, Radhouse. That's so well put.
I mean, back in the day, I only got 2 toys, or I only got 3 toys, not even realizing that the toys were a couple $100 a piece.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, it's only 2 though. Ugh.
Yeah. No, exactly, man.
But yeah.
It's yeah. Enjoy your family and just have a great time, everyone.
Why do my icons keep disappearing? I'm supposed to save them.
Robert, Tennessee Aqua, are you still hanging in with us here, mate? Steph, IHSP, Tank Tribe. Don't know if you're still hanging here with us. Anyway, thanks for being here anyway. You've made it all so much pleasurable for the rest of us. Roundhouse has been, again, showing us lots of interesting material, and that is just so cool. And yeah, thanks everyone for being here. I've got like a cyclone coming in from my guitar speaker. I don't know if you can hear that. Really
Vaguely. Very, very faintly. I think I hear something.
Does that make any difference?
Yeah, I don't think I hear it anymore, but it was so minute that I didn't hear it until you pointed it out.
Okay, well that's cool. But it sounded like
yeah, almost like a background. See, I have a tendency to really easily tune out background noise.
And yeah, so that was my guitar amplifier with 3 pedals running through it, which giving a lot of noise. So I'm sorry, everyone. That must have sounded horrible. But we did start the stream as a music stream, so I'm sorry. Woo. I'm loving red wine. Having a couple of glasses of red wine, just beautiful. Just spilt half a glass all over myself, but then the breaks. The risks you got to take. So, Roundhouse, your car's all good?
As far as I know, yeah. Next week I'm going to be taking it for a nice long, like hour-long test drive.
Yep.
To my parents' house because my dad has to go shopping and he can't see to drive.
And so, do your parents live an hour away from you?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yep. That's
Sadly, my brother only lives like 15 minutes away from me, though.
It can be handy, but it's also not
Yeah,
great.
I mean, on this last case, it really sucked. Because the car, I was out a car for so long, I really felt bad having to go to neighbors and be like, "Can you drive me to the store again?"
Yeah.
I got to go shopping again.
I could imagine, man. Yeah, it's not good. No. You just totally lose your independence even more. Yeah. Which sucks.
So I'm sharing my screen. What do you think of that unit? Or is that the one that you were talking about? The V8X, is that what you were talking about?
Man, that's it. Yeah, that's the one, and it's crap, really.
Really? Okay.
It is.
Because the other one I was looking at was this one.
For not much more money, you can get other ones, which are a lot. There you go. Yeah, and you've got a lot more capabilities. Whatever.
The only problem I'm running into is it doesn't say if this is a USB or like the audio headphone jack connector to the computer.
Okay.
Because I see a USB down there, and I think it says PC link, which means I do not want this one. I don't want USB crap. I want actual audio wire jacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
But I was looking at that other one because that one actually had, where this one doesn't, but that one had an auto tune button. That had a couple buttons that I couldn't find on any others.
Well, I don't.
And then I want to actually replace my mic with this mic because I like this one better.
Your sound has gone very quiet when I activate.
Oh,
this thing.
My bad.
No, it's not your bad. It's me.
But I'm also thinking of replacing my NW 800 or 700 with this 800.
What?
Hello. If you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are.
Dude, you're gonna get copyright struck.
If you wish upon a star, your dreams come true.
The main button I want is the only thing I could think of is God voice.
And that's the crap that this thing does.
Yeah, I want a single button that I can push to make myself God voice.
God
like
voice.
in the movies. Yeah, like in the movies, God, it's always a low, deep, kind of echoey.
So I don't know. Sorry, man. I can't see the buttons that I should be pushing. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. None of that.
I was looking through them yesterday, and I found a 12 channel.
Hello, hello.
I found a 12 channel for only like $1,500.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, good. My input came in.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. You wish upon a star. Makes no difference who you are. I don't know if that's a devil voice.
Or not. But let me go. Let me get this one. And that is just awesome. Woohoo! Hello, everybody. Well, our young Lord Mayor is going to the laboratory tonight. Beep, beep, boop, boop, thank you. And
This is just craptastic. Oh, he had such a better idea. I'm gonna have to redo all the stuff I just did. The other roundhouse guy just messaged me because I sent him the test file of the color code, and he came up with use the stoplight. Green is good, yellow is just turntable, red would be raised. Where I kind of used it as the opposite. Yellow was raised, red was still good, and green was turntable only. So I just messaged him. I'm like, what should I use for the fourth color though? Because I am also labeling remnants where you can see the foundation still. If you wanted to go take a look at things, it's still visible enough that you can see it. But I like his idea a lot better. I think you're muted. Yeah, you're muted. Probably in StreamYards. There you go. Welcome back.
Hello.
Ooh, now you're all really low. You got to turn your volume up.
Do I?
You got to turn your volume up.
Okay. That's cool.
Which it isn't that bad because the hardest part was the getting the icon. I had to change the icon that I use because my stock icon is literally a yellow icon. I had to go and change it to a transparent icon, which then I could change the colors to it. So I like that.
That sounds a good way to go.
It's good.
Do I still need to increase my volume or not?
No, you're good.
Okay, good. I took the headphones off. Somehow that makes a difference. Just too much science going on.
So what colors did I have to choose from again? Let's see. I think pink. Pink would make a nice color for that. It's really hard to find good colors in Google Earth because they have to be contrasting against the natural landscape. So, browns and greens and shit like that are out right to begin with.
Yep.
And then you have to have your colors far enough away from each other not to be confused. Oh, well, I probably could just leave them blue. Oh, yeah. I'll just keep them as blue, the remnants. That's what I have them as now. I just got to change everything else, which really sucks because there's a lot more completely wiped off the face of the earth. So now instead of just changing the ones that I need to, I'm changing every single icon now, which is fine because I've been wanting to do that for a while. Over the years, I've used they all look like the same icon, but they're all different icons because I made them all at different types. At least now I can standardize them to all the one icon. Oh, okay. Nah, I'm not even going to start that right now. Wait, what day is it today? Oh, it's Friday. Damn it. Oh, cool. Well, holy shit. The House did it the other day. The Senate just passed it. Biden has no vaccine mandates anymore in the U.S.
There you go.
Because he tried to, he did all government workers had to get it, and they fought it in court, and the court said, no, you can't do that. So instead of, downplaying it and trying to get something when he couldn't get what he wanted, get something less, he went even more and said, okay, every private sector person has to get it. And they said they nixed that just now through the Senate, which we were kind of worried about the Senate doing it. Man, that's scary. The House and the Senate are both agreeing with the people. Holy crap. What? How the hell can Chris Cuomo sue CNN for $18 million? You screwed up. You got fired for a reason. I'll have to watch that later and get the lowdown on that.
No way. It's not right. They should not be able to.
Oh, the amount of frivolous lawsuits that they allow in the United States is just outrageous.
Yep.
This one dude broke into a house and was robbing it and ended up getting bit by the dog or something like that, or got hurt. And he ended up suing the owners of the house. It's like, dude, seriously, you had no business being in that house. You have no room to sue. But yet he was able to.
Basically, we shoot you now, and
well, no, because in America the judge has to okay it. You cannot just go sue anybody. You can try to sue it, and then if it gets in front of the judge, and if it's like totally frivolous, the judge will throw it out right away. No, you don't get to do waste our time.
Which we don't have a judge that is like voted in.
We got some judges that are voted in, some judges that are selected by the president, and some judges that are actually like hired. It all depends on the court.
Yeah.
City, state, county, federal. They all have different rules. Like I want to say a county court is elected, a city court is hired, and then the state is also elected, I think, and the federal is selected by like the president or whatever, or
Gotcha.
the administration.
Yep.
I might be getting that wrong.
No, I think you got that right.
But I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Yep. Yeah, and it's such a dodgy system. Isn't it?
I'm just happy Jesse Smollett got found guilty. Now I can't wait to see what his sentence is today. Because being like 70, 80 miles outside of Chicago, when I heard that what happened the next day, the first I literally said this at my computer screen. I pointed to it and I said, "This is all bullshit." First of all, saying a polar vortex doesn't mean really anything. It was 50 below zero, which is roughly 45 below centigrade, 46, something like that. It was freaking cold. It's not like you put a single. No, people were going out with like 4 or 5 pairs of pants, 2, 3 jackets, 4 or 5 hats. I mean, they were layering the hell out of it. It was that cold.
Yep. And
He goes out for a Subway at 2:00 in the morning in that weather. I'm like, bullshit. You know what? First of all, you ain't going out. You're going to hire someone. Second of all, I don't know of any place that's open at 2:00 in the morning. Especially during this time because it was so cold, people couldn't even get to work. I mean, it was like a mini shutdown when this is happening in Chicago. There was a good chance if you started your car, you were going to blow your engine up because it was that cold. In fact, my neighbor did do that. He got it took him 45 minutes to get the car started, another hour and a half to let it warm up, and he ended up blowing the engine because, well, not blowing the engine. He ruined the engine because when he was letting it warm up, the oil was like so cold it wasn't going through the engine. It was just a gob of glue in the crankcase. So he ended up overheating and everything.
Not good.
But yeah, I mean, there was a couple times my house. The only way I can explain it is it cracked. It sounded like someone taking a sledgehammer and hitting like the roof of your house. Bam. And you'd feel it in the floor, in the walls, everywhere. And what was happening was the moisture in the wood was getting so cold and expanding, it was like snapping the wood.
Nasty.
A lot of roofs had to get replaced out here after that.
Yeah.
Because the not joists, the things the like the 2x4s that are up in a point for your roof, because the joist is what you walk on. Those were broke. They had to rip people's roofs off and replace those pieces.
Yep. That is nasty.
And then our local news tried to lie and say it was ice quakes. Man, it ain't no ice quake. They're trying to say that the ground got so cold that it had a mini earthquake. I'm like, okay, well, let's see the Richter scale readings. Because if it was in the ground, and if you say what you're saying, there would be Richter scale. It would have affected the Richter scale sensors. The fact is, it wasn't the ground. It was your houses. Yeah, it was man. I honestly, that's the coldest I've ever seen. Was that a couple years ago when this all happened?
Yep.
They actually had to go they put out a warning. Your if your dog if you're yeah, something to the effect, if your dog is out more than 10 minutes, you're getting a ticket.
Unreal.
Oh, man, it was so brutal. Oh, I'm shivering even thinking about it.
It sounds crazy, man.
I had to turn the heat. Usually I have the heat on. It's like 72. I had to turn it to 85 to keep the house warm.
Yeah.
To
Right.
to a bearable level, not even a comfortable level.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember everyone's furnaces were going out because they were using them so much, overrunning them and stuff.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. I've never
And you could tell,
experienced that.
you would be able to tell when someone is going, because you look at the houses and everyone constant white smoke, and every once in a while you'd see black smoke coming out. So you'd you'd bundle up, takes a half hour to bundle up, walk across the street, knock on the door, and be like, dude, furnace is going. You can't see it because it's above your house. But yeah, I ended up having to let the neighbors sleep in my front room for like 3 days.
Yeah.
Because their heater ended up blowing, and they couldn't get someone out. There were so many heaters going that it was a run-on heater repair. Everyone was booked up for like a month.
Yep.
The dude ended up paying him an extra $1,000 to come, and the soonest they could come was 3 days.
Yeah.
But he had no problem paying. He offered to. And I mean, shit, in that case, what do? You do that.
You do that. That's just, yeah, frightening.
It was so cold, the roads were cracking. A bunch of roads buckled out here. They had to shut down a bunch of roads and fix them in the summer following. Originally, I was going to go take a picture because one of them it buckled like 4 feet up into the air. It was a teepee in the road sticking 4 feet in the air. I wanted to go and take a picture of it, but yeah, I wasn't going to take the chance with the car.
Yeah.
I was the only smart one that was able to start their car and not have it blow up, because I literally ran like 4 or 5 extension cords out there and put a bunch of heated blankets and heating pads and stuff over the engine and on the engine for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking at me like I'm completely nuts doing this. I have my hood open, sticking in the towels and plugging them in and shit. Well, 4 hours later, I go out to the car, take it all out, put it all in the back seat, start the car. Car started right up.
Beautiful. Nice.
And everyone's like, their jaw dropped, like, holy shit, how did this guy start his car in less than 30 seconds? Because everyone, half hour, 45 minutes to start the car. Some of them I felt bad for, because, they go to start it and it's literally zzz, zzz of the starter. And I'm like, dude, you ain't that's just too cold. You ain't starting that.
So, Roundhouse, what tips, or can you give me some examples that I should go shopping for a car battery not a recharger, but like a
A trickle
jumper,
charger?
a jump starter.
Oh, uh,
And like there's so many
okay.
things that
You guys still have cigarette lighters in your cars down there, right?
I have. Yeah.
I would get the one that plugs into your cigarette lighter so you can do it right from inside the car.
Yeah, right. Okay.
You don't have to pop the hood or anything. Or I would get a detachable system where it's jumper cables and it hooks up to your battery. You screw it onto your battery and it comes out your grill and it's a plug.
Yep. Yep.
And then because that's always there, and then all you do is plug the rest of it in and then hook the jumper cables onto the battery, common style with the clips, and you're done.
Yep. Okay. No, thanks. Man.
Pop cars use them.
No, that's cool. I needed.
I prefer, honestly, it's more work, but I prefer the screw onto the battery, plug in at the grill style, because they're heavy duty.
Yep.
You can get them in like semi-truck versions, which are big ass wires, or you can get them in car versions, which are smaller wires, because the semi-truck is more power.
Yep. Yep.
I always go with semi-truck when, shit, I like even a battery. If it calls for a 650 coal cranking amp, I'll find the biggest battery I can find in that style. And I'd rather go with an 850 coal cranking amp.
Yep. Sure.
Then they got the trickle chargers that you can plug into your wall in your house. Systems. They also have engine block heater systems. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how cold it gets by you, but I don't think you would get that cold.
No, not too cold here.
Like the northern states, Michigan, Minnesota, North Dakota, Montana, those cars are usually bought with engine block heaters. Maine, stuff like that.
Yep.
But even in Chicago, engine block heaters, very, very, very rare to see them on cars. Oh, there's a cool new movement in the U.S. though. Ever since the Kyle Rittenhouse case, pretty much all the lawyers in the U.S. and from what I hear, a lot of the judges are saying we want all the court cases televised. Which I think is a great idea. Because it's public information to begin with. So hopefully that takes off. Because then honestly, that'll hold the news more accountable to, not spreading fake information like they did with the Rittenhouse case for so long. And some of them are still doing it. Did GRB fall off again?
Hello, I have returned. Sorry, Red House.
Yep.
left you running the show there for a minute. Thank you.
Yep. All right, what are you going to be calling it?
I don't know. No plans. No plan to.
Okay.
Maybe I should. Should I?
I don't know. It's up to you. It's your stream.
I'm just, I'm still kicking on. And you're providing all the entertainment, so
If you say so.
the tank you've got there is just blowing me away all the time. Every time I look at it, it's just awesome.
Yeah, see, I look at it and I just go, man, it's still not right.
Yeah, so
I don't know what it is. I don't know what's missing. Maybe a big piece of driftwood across the whole tank. I don't know. I don't dig it as of yet.
Yep. Mm.
Maybe it's the plants I'm using. I don't know. Because I've always, in an angel tank, I used to like doing bamboo.
Yeah.
Just sticks of dead bamboo stuck into the gravel. Instead of having the tall plants there, it would just be a bunch of sticks of bamboo.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Could be.
Man, that Farewella is active as hell today. Man, what did he?
Yeah.
He got some Scooby snacks or
something.
something.
About.
Jesus, seriously. I don't see. I mean, usually he's hiding. He's all up on that plants.
He's been out and about the whole time. He's doing cool.
Unless it's just a morning thing. I don't really watch him this early in the morning.
Right. Yeah, it could be.
Oh, it's 9:20.
Whoop.
Cheers.
Cheers.
How about filthy spot? Oh my God. I think that was part of my lung.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I felt something in my esophagus. I don't know what it was. It felt solid though. Must be I'm not smoking enough. Oh, it's 9:21. Cheers. See, the thing about it is it's 4:20 always. No matter what time it is, I will come up with a place that it's 4:20 p.m. or a.m.
True.
Because for every planet, there's time. And for every time, there's time zones. So every planet has time zones. Same with moons. Anything that orbits, it all has time.
So it's always happening.
Yeah.
S, how are you, man? Great to see you, S.
Yeah, that's who I was just saying cheers to. That's why I brought up the 920. I saw him. But,
I missed
whether it be Titan or Ganymede or Jupiter or, anything.
Yeah.
Could be UB2, what is it? UB 2013, which is one of the newest planet things that they found.
Yeah.
So, okay, S, you're here. Have you seen the Star Wars Eclipse
trailer, because it's the first time I'm hearing about Star Trek Eclipse, and I don't get what the show is going to be about by watching that trailer at all. Oh man, I still got to watch this later. Morgan Freeman, Vin Diesel, Seth Green, and Lionel Richie on Helium.
On helium?
On Helium.
That's
They breathe in helium balloon and then they talk. I want to hear Morgan Freeman, man. Oh man,
why? Why are they
Dude.
doing that?
I don't know, but Morgan Freeman is awesome.
It's not good for their health.
Yeah,
Why would they do that?
neither is breathing nowadays, so who cares?
Yeah, true. True.
It's fun, is what it is. Who cares if it's good for you? Oh, okay. Knights of the Old Republic. Okay. So that's pre-Republic. Because Knights of the Old Republic happened before the actual Republic that you saw in like episode 1, 2, and 3 and stuff. And Clone Wars and all that. I really got to bone up on my Star Wars timeline.
Sorry, yes, you lost me completely, mate. Not a Star Trekker or
Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Yeah, they're coming out with this new show called Star Wars Eclipse. And I watched the trailer and I didn't follow it because I never did the Old Republic stuff. Those are mostly games. So I never really got into the Old Republic timeline. And that explains why I don't understand. I was watching this Eclipse or the trailer and going, huh? Yeah, see, you got to ask the kids all this new shit.
Yeah. I have no idea about any of it. Like the gaming. What is gaming? I have no idea. Like D&D? If you're talking Dungeons and Dragons. But nobody knows that these days. Gaming is a totally different.
It's a Dungeons and Dragons type game, but back in the 90s, it was based on you bought the shit, you bought the little metal ships and you built them and you painted them and stuff, and those were your pieces of Babylon 5. And then a couple years ago, I kind of got into the Star Wars X-Wing game, which is also kind of like a D&D type based game. Or actually, no. X-Wing is more of like a Pokemon style game because it's cards. But I consider it D&D because you have I'm gonna say the placemat, and you have you can only move certain ways, and you had to turn and stuff. You actually had turn arcs that you had to follow and all that crap.
Yeah.
And that's why I call it like a D&D type.
Yeah,
D&D per se, I never played. My brother-in-law did at one point.
Yeah, I played too much D&D, and we just got right into it too deep, I'd imagine, too quickly, and bunch of friends.
See, the title. This is what screwed me up: Star Wars Eclipse - official cinematic revealer trailer, and that's why I was thinking movie or TV. So it's just a game. Oh, fuck that then. Get it out of here.
That's it.
Should at least put frickin' game in somewhere in the title. because I mean they're coming out with Star Wars films so fast now that I honestly can't keep track of them anymore.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they come out with them, they cancel it, they come out with that one again, they cancel that one again, they come out with another one, they cancel that, they come out with a fourth one, they make the fourth one. You know,
Oh,
shit. I mean,
Roundhouse.
I know there's
I agree completely, man. It's just over the top.
I know there's a Ben Kenobi coming out.
One after the other. It's
One that was supposed to be coming out, they canceled. They got this book of Boba Fett, which I don't know. I mean, I'll give it a try. I did not like The Mandalorian. It was too detached from the Star Wars, you know.
Yeah.
And then when they try the stuff, it felt like they tried to shoehorn things that we knew into the show just because we knew them to make it feel more like Star Wars.
Yep. As I was saying, I have no experience with any of the latest.
You're not a sci-fi geek?
I'm not. No. I saw the original Star Wars in LA,
Mm-hmm.
and like in the 1970s when it was a happening thing. It was only just released.
Oh, I mean, it's still. I mean, there's still a big following.
That was amazing. That was amazing. That just blew me away, man. I thought.
I was lucky enough to be able to see the.
It's all
what is it? The original remakes.
One after the other now.
On big screen.
We've seen it all before. So.
Actually, I've been on the hunt for the original releases of A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi on digital. That's before they remade them with the new scenes.
Right. Yep.
I got the new scene ones. I just don't have the original ones. And I've been looking for those. Actually, no, I lied. I do have a line on those. They're pure. They're super pure 1080p, upscaled of the original films that are like literally 20, 30 gigabytes a piece.
Whoa.
And that's just a little too, you know, come on. I mean, I'm all for that, but you know, at least release it because it's an ISO torrent that you can download. At least release a quote unquote like computer friendly version, which would be roughly 6-7 gigs.
Like I know it's everybody will understand this, but it's something that I don't understand. That like recently you would have a computer like a laptop that might be 124
by 768,
or whatever.
You're talking screen resolution.
Well, yeah, probably, yeah, but its hard drive or whatever was only 156 or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the hard drives you can usually upgrade,
and you think, and
even in laptops. Desktop, like I said, I prefer a desktop because you can upgrade everything.
Why one is 156 gigabytes, the next one is 2,000 gigabytes or whatever, and you think, well, I just don't understand why.
Why there's jumps? Because a hard drive is actually platters. It's a bunch of metal discs that they write on. And You know, to have 156, if you wanted 160, it wouldn't be any cheaper than a 200 gig. Because by adding those extra plates to get the space, you'd only be using like a small fraction of that new plate. Might as well make the whole plate usable and just up it to the 200.
Right.
But for, processor has always been higher. Processor should be as high as you can get it because that's how
Yep.
fast it can think and do things. The hard
Yep.
drive is, storage capacity, but it also has to take into effect that how fast it can access the data off the platters, which is why they came out with SSDs, which is more like RAM, and it
Yep.
finds stuff instantly. But SSDs are not good for storage. They're great for an OS drive or a game drive, but for if you have like a hard drive full of videos for like a media center computer, no, you want a mechanical one still.
Yeah. Right.
Because the SSDs inherently only last for so long. You only get so many writes on each bit. And after so long, the bit becomes inactive. So eventually your hard drive starts shrinking in size. Where a mechanical drive, that doesn't happen. I mean, shit, I have mechanical drives from 1984 still that run.
Awesome. Yeah. Exactly. That. Now that's amazing. You got those devices still running. So cool.
Oh, yeah.
And they are.
I mean, they made shit good back then.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I paid at the time I bought it $425 for a 420 megabyte hard drive.
Yeah.
We're not even talking a gigabyte yet. And yet the normal hard drives are 100 and some odd gigabyte at least nowadays.
Yep.
But yeah, that old Connor, she still runs like a champ.
Yeah.
Exactly. I use it in my old Windows 3.11 machine. Because for Windows 3.11, I mean, a 420 megabyte was huge. I remember buying it and saying, man, just think of how long it'll take me to fill this up. Because a normal hard drive, I mean, shit, was like, the hard drive I replaced it with was like an 80 gigabyte or 80 megabyte.
Right. Okay.
And so I pretty much, octupled the size roughly to a 420. This was still in the days of the big 5 1/4 floppy disks. Not the hard floppy disks, the actual floppies.
Yep.
Back then, the max amount of RAM, if you were normally was 64 megabytes. If you were lucky, you had a really good motherboard, you could do 128 megabytes.
Yeah.
Of RAM.
Bunny Viper, great to see you. Thank you. Thanks for being here, eh? Yeah, it's all above me as well. I have no idea.
Yeah, but I mean, you could still get the idea of 420 megabyte versus nowadays, which is a 4 gigabyte is 4,000 megabytes. Every 1,000 megabytes is 1 gigabyte.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So, I mean, you just how the shit has changed. It's like, seriously, back in the day, 6 gigabyte hard drive. Oh, I'll never fill this, and I'm filling up a 4 terabyte now in 6 months.
I don't know. I cannot like tell you exact numbers, but like I was running a computer with 100 megabytes, and that computer would have no chance of running today.
That computer will
Why?
run like a champ today with the old software. Obviously, you couldn't put Windows 10 on it. You could still put
Because-
Windows 3.1 or 3.11 or, maybe even Windows 95.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I have an old 3.11 machine. I have an old 98 second edition machine. I have an XP machine, and I have my Windows 10 machine.
Yep.
Because each one of those was a change in the actual kernel. Windows 98 stuff didn't, well, no, Windows 98 was backwards compatible, but Windows XP couldn't play stuff from Windows 3.11.
Yeah, right.
Just like Windows 10 cannot play stuff. If you bought a game and installed it on Windows XP back in the day, if you tried to install it now, it would not work.
I'm not a gamer, so I don't know about that.
Or
but I know-
any software.
know what you
It
mean.
just won't work.
And what you're talking about.
Because in essence, the old Windows was a V6 and the new Windows is a V8.
Yeah.
The parts weren't interchangeable.
Yeah, right.
In essence, the old Windows was 16 and 32-bit. Before that was 18 and 16-bit. Or I'm sorry, 8 and 16-bit was Windows 3.11. Windows 98 second edition was 16 and 32-bit. And now we have 32 and 64-bit. Code written. And a 64-bit code cannot run a 8-bit program. It just doesn't know how. And that's why for computer people that like the older games that they don't make anymore, you have to have an old computer just sitting in the corner somewhere. It's really nostalgic though. When you turn the screen on, that of the tube screen warming up and everything, and
Yeah.
it takes like 20 minutes to boot the computer.
But thanks, Bunny Viper. Thanks for being here, eh? Just great to see you. And thank you for joining us. It's very cool. And have you got any outrageous behavior in that tank, like with the Angels?
Nope.
Nothing outrageous.
Nothing.
They do their angel thing.
Yeah, common picking. That's it.
Yep. Cool. Very cool. Beautiful.
When
tank.
I introduce, if that tank was bigger and I was to introduce the 6 new Angels to that tank eventually, what I would do would be flip-flop everything. I would pull all the stocky plants out and move them to the other side of the tank and move the driftwood and the lace plant to the other, I would change the environment to boot.
Yeah, right.
And that helps a lot with
don't know.
Recategorizing the hierarchy of the tank.
Okay. Yeah.
You got the king isn't the king anymore. Everyone goes for their new spot because the tank changes.
Yeah, right.
But I don't think I've ever had to do it with this tank. I've never had any problem.
Just totally mellowed out.
Yeah, I've never had to change this tank. So, I've never had any problems to have to change it. But I have done that on other tanks.
Yeah. Look at these guys. They're just so mellow. It's so cool. Beautiful.
Angels are the reason I like them is they get big, and they're a slower fish. They're not like neon tetras, which are always darting around the tank and crap, and you don't even get to really get a good look at them because they're always moving.
True. Yep.
Angels are really good on getting like high quality pictures because they just stop every like the big one. If I was down there, take a picture of him in HD quality, it would be perfect.
True. Yeah. Yeah. Angels do stop. They'll stop for you. That's right.
Although, hey, why is your fin closed? Open that fin. I don't like that.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I don't know why that big one's its upper fin is closed today. I might have to look at that tank tomorrow or later today.
Mm. Awesome fish, man. Just
I'll be proactive and put them on a regiment of medicated flake, just to be on the safe side.
Mm.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put like one more male Lima in here, and then like maybe 4 or 5 females. No, maybe even 6 females. I don't know.
Wow. That's stock in the tank.
Well, because they'll breed like crazy, and it'll make more food. Because I never have babies in the tank with the swordtails. The angels eat them all.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, that's fine because I didn't really care. Like I said, I bought the swordtails just to see something swimming in the tank at one point.
No, I'm thinking you got enough angels in that tank.
Yeah. Like I said, when I move the new 6 down, I'll take some out of here and put them in another tank along with some of the new ones, and put some of the new ones in this tank.
Yeah.
I'll pretty much try to get it down to like one of each type in this tank.
Right. Nice.
Because right now you got like 3 blues in there, 2 wild types,
Yep.
the single koi, the single big one, and the single veil tail. Currently, I have 2 half blacks up here, a wild type, and 2 blue black pony veil fins. So I'm already planning on putting one of the black veil fin ponies in this tank, and the other one will go in the other tank.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah.
Because once I get the RO unit, this is one tank that's going to start getting RO water. Because the angels.
Yeah. Cool.
Actually, it would be a mix. I would do half RO water and half tap water. Because the tap water the tap water is working great for the plants. With no external feedings or anything like that. No CO2, no fertilizer, no tabs, no nothing.
Nah, it's awesome. Awesome, Rock. That's such a cool tank, and
yeah, I think a lot of it is due to the light that's on it. The Phoenix CRV.
yeah,
It's a 24/7 light, LED plant light.
What's this 24/7 that you're talking about?
24/7. What it does is it mimics the day-night cycle. So it'll be off and then it'll turn the LEDs on to level 1, and then level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then ramp up. And it has different settings for the different, like some settings there's more red than blue. One of the settings per the day is it's more blue than red, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it'll change and it'll get really bright, and then it'll start dimming down, and then go into the night cycle.
Okay. Nice.
So it's pretty much you plug it in, you set the time, and you never touch it again. No
Yeah.
time. It's like a built-in timer, in essence.
Yeah. Cool.
And I like this one. A lot of the cheap ones, you can't do it. It's just you get the base 24/7, and you can't even change that. This one, you can change the LED settings. You can change if you want, like it, because it's done in 12, 3, 6, 9, and 12. Those are your blocks of settings. And obviously it's in a 24/7, so it's 12, 3, 6, 9, 12, 3, 6, 9 to make the full. You can take one of the blocks and turn it off completely and not have the light. Like the midnight block, or the 9 until midnight block was blue light only. I didn't want that, so I turned that off completely. So it's just off at night now, like a normal light would be when it's on a timer. But it still ramps down to from wherever it is at the previous block to the next block. So it's not like it just turns off automatically. It'll still ramp down and ramp up. And then I deleted the 3 o'clock block and moved the 6 o'clock block to 3 o'clock. Because I moved the 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and then so at 6 o'clock it starts ramping down, and by 9 o'clock it's off, roughly.
Cool.
And it seems to, I don't have algae growth, stuff like that. When I left it on stock, I was getting algae growth because it was just too much light. So I backed it down to from like 12 hours to like 8 hours of light. But yeah, I like them. I want to eventually, I want to replace every single light with a Phoenix CRV light.
Well, the whole tank is so awesome, that house, that it's just so cool. The Angels just doing their thing.
950.
There's no aggression.
Well, I'll be right back because I'm going to switch the camera to a different tank, of one that you haven't seen, because the light should be on by now.
Nice.
I'll be back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, but how cool is that tank? It's just so cool. Angels swimming around, just having fun together. Plants, man, just everything you need. Beautiful. But we'll see what the next tank may bring. And I'll bring myself up for a second. Just to reset everything. We go back. We're going back to there. Back to Roundhouse. Thank you. That's cool. Man, look, there's fish running everywhere. Oh yeah. Brish, Brichardi, whichever you want to call them. Man, awesome colony going on there. Different.
Oh,
Look at
good.
the different
Be-
sizes.
I got it perfect the first time. It's so hard to get them because usually it takes me 2 or 3 times going up and down the stairs to get the camera good.
Right.
But I did that one pretty good. These are the daffodils, the
Yep.
Neolampurlagus culture.
Yep. Yep. Beautiful.
Which
And
actually it is. I actually put it too high, but oh well.
and it's just amazing fish. And they'll just breed
Yeah.
all together.
Everything that you see right now are babies that were born in this tank.
Yeah, right. And
Out of my original 9 adults, I have 2 left.
wow. Yeah.
The dominant pair killed off the rest of them because I was protecting the babies because they form nuclear families.
Yeah.
So the teenagers will take care of the adolescents, which will take care of the toddlers, so on and so forth.
Awesome. Now they are amazing. You've done well, man. They're all just thriving.
Yeah, a lot of the action is happening in the rock right underneath the camera. Like I said, it's a little bit too high. That's one of the adults right there.
Yeah, right.
On the right side.
Yep.
But I noticed some of the babies are turning out to be looking a hell of a lot better than the parents.
Cool.
Regarding to color and length of tail filaments and stuff. Like that one baby right on the in the middle there, the filaments are roughly the same length as the adult, and it still has a lot of growth to do.
Yep. Mm. Very cool.
They get maybe they seem to be like 4 to 6 inches, depending on how you measure these fish. With the filaments on the fins or not.
Nah, it's very cool. That's
See, I can't do this. I'll be right back because this is annoying me. I got to move the camera down. I'll cheat.
It's all pretty cool. Well, back. Cheese.
Okay, that's beautiful.
Hello.
I had to, I decided to take the phone down and watch the stream as I did it.
Right.
But yeah, down in the rocks here, there's a whole batch of babies that you don't even see, like brand new babies.
Well, that's very cool.
And they're, I mean, they're African cichlids, so yeah, they chase and stuff like that. But what's really cool is when you're looking at them with your own eyes, you can get up close to the adults there when they open their mouth and see how big their actual fangs are. These fish actually have fangs.
Yep.
And again, the camera doesn't do them justice. The coloring on them is phenomenal. They're like a base sand brown. Along their dorsal fin, right at the back, is a yellow stripe, and it goes into the fin.
Yep.
They got blue and purple with the black spot gill covers. Their throats are kind of a yellowish. The tails, the fins and tails are trimmed in like platinum white.
Awesome. Awesome fish.
They're really liking these rocks because I just added a couple more rocks to this tank. The two white rocks that you're seeing are brand new
Okay. Right.
as of yesterday.
So are they limestone?
Mostly slate. One or two pieces is like a flagstone.
Yeah. Okay. So no, not limestone to keep the boost the KH.
I have high. I mean, out of my faucet is 423 PDS
right
with a pH of 8.2.
You don't need help.
Yeah, no, my water's perfect for African cichlids.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's amazing.
Honestly, all in northern Illinois is perfect for cichlids, African cichlids.
Right. Yep.
As far as I know, there might be like one or two small sections that might have, not that good of water for them, but yeah, mostly it's all hard water, high pH around here.
Yep.
But these were, I mean, back in 1990s, I was looking for these fish for 4 or 5 years, couldn't find them. Even joined Greater Chicago and the Cichlid Association because I was told if they can't find it, that isn't a fish. Well, they could never find it. I never was able to find them through them. Thank God for the internet. Because I've had Bichardies. Bichardies look the same, but they're less color. These are like the super Bichardies.
Bunny Viper, I'm sorry if I'm ignoring your post there. It's not really trying to ignore them. I just can't focus and see them. I'm sorry.
In fact, because I'm planning on getting that 125 that goes behind me, these are the fish that are being transferred up here. I'll use the 125 for these fish.
Cool.
Because this is the one tank I wish was upstairs, because I would like to watch them more.
Yeah. So what's the red rock?
Red
Is that-
slate. Red slate. I got red slate, gray slate.
Nice.
With just boulder style rocks to separate them and make levels. And then I like I said, I added 2 pieces of flagstone because they were flat and small.
Yep.
If I do the 1-to-1, well, not if, when I do the 125, because it'll happen someday. I'm going to do it right and build up, a good half the tank like this.
Right.
Because on these tanks, the number one rule is you put your decorations in first, then you put your substrate in. Because you do not want rocks on top of the substrate, because these suckers dig like crazy.
Yeah, right. Gotcha.
And the next thing you know, your whole rock wall that you built up will fall over because they dug it out.
Yep.
And through your tank and stuff. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the time I built these, at the time I started this tank, I didn't have enough rock. So it's only like, 6 inches tall layered rock. When I do the 125, I'm going to layer like half the tank is going to be layer rock.
No,
It's going to take, it's going to take 6 months before I can even fill the tank, probably. Because, I'd be going into the pet shop and literally buying their whole box of slate and bringing it home.
Yep.
And, you got to have all your rock before you even start putting the rock in. And because as you build, you go, oh, well, this rock isn't working here. This should be a smaller rock. This should be a bigger rock. You can't do that if you only have half the rock. And that's one of the reasons why this has never grown any, rock wise. Because I built it and the top was the top. Because I only had the rocks I had. So
yeah.
I built from the bottom up, biggest to smallest. And I don't have really a good foundation to put any more big rocks down to put more slate. So
yeah, it becomes tricky.
mm-hmm.
You just have it happening, man. It's all your tanks are just looking awesome.
I've always been good at doing the rock stuff. Plant white, to landscape, to aquascape with plants and stuff. That's still new to me, but man, I was great at making cichlid tanks when I had the supplies.
It just looks awesome.
Like, who would think to put a piece of slate on end? That's what that one rock is sticking up, because it just wasn't working as a laying down piece.
Yeah.
Because what it was, I think, was a long piece that someone cut. So there's a finished cut edge on the bottom in the gravel. And it just didn't look good on top, laying on top of anything. So I'm like, okay, shove it right there.
You got that red rock on the left and the red rock on the right.
Yeah. Well, what you're not seeing is one of these white pieces. You can tell the white piece on top to the right. You can look at the edge. That's actually a red piece of slate.
Yeah, right.
The rock next to it is a white one. So it's just getting washed out because it's so bright.
Yeah, okay.
If I would flip it over, you would see it's the same color red as the red slate.
Awesome. Very cool, man. Very cool.
But I got a couple more rocks. I'm gonna try to work them in. But as it is, it's getting rickety. The higher, as now I'm going up more, I'm getting more rickety because there's just not a base. There's not a good foundation for it anymore.
Yep.
And to start messing with, I won't ever touch the bottom rocks. Nope. You'll never get the sand out of it from underneath it, and there'll always be a space now. Putting it on the sand.
Yeah, true. True. Very true.
But I think the next tank I'll do it with black beauty gravel, black sand.
Yeah.
I'm also going to do, excuse me. I'm thinking of either a rock insert along the back, or getting the backdrop that's just like the flagstone layered rock. And then putting that special stuff on it to make it suck to the glass so it's all bright. Or maybe I'll try putting it inside the tank again. Ooh, I wonder if they still make it the same way though. I don't know. I'll have to find out. Penplex used to make their backdrop out of, it wasn't paper. It was a plastic product. So you could actually put the backdrop and then put it inside the tank. And it wouldn't do it, it wouldn't, like, obviously paper, it wouldn't degrade or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know if they still do it like that. And it worked pretty well. If you did it right, the water would hold it to the glass. The pressure of the water would just hold it against the glass if you did it right.
Yeah.
But honestly, if I'm doing a tank, I would probably just silicone it in. Put a couple of little things of silicone, make sure it's all flat. Silicone the edges, make sure those are sealed.
Yeah.
And it would be all nice and bright forever.
That does sound cool. Sounds perfect. Really does. All we need is
Julian Assange is going to be extradited to the United States. What a shame. They are going to crucify that dude.
Can only hope. I'm sorry, but
at least I think I know who that is. Yeah, the WikiLeaks guy. Yep. I'm all for giving him a medal, and same with Snowden. You're gonna now start prosecuting whistleblowers. That's great.
Yeah, I don't know what'll end up happening there. It's going to be interesting. It's already cost probably millions of dollars.
Yeah,
and has millions or billions still to go. My God, why? What's it all about? I don't understand. But we'll see.
Welcome to the 1700s. The Salem Witch Trials Part 2.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's kind of what it seems like it is.
Roadhouse, heater you got in that tank, how long is that? Is that
Tank been
is
set
it
up.
one and a half
Hold on.
foot?
This tank is a 55 gallon.
No, just the heater
Oh,
running
hold
horizontally
on.
in the
Yeah,
ground.
I'll look that up. That's a 500 watt heater from Aquaneat.
Okay. Yeah. That's awesome.
Heaters. The 500 watt is 17.625 inches by 0.89 inches by 0.89 inches.
Right.
So 17 and a half inches long.
Right.
And it's good for 100 to 166 gallon tank.
Awesome. Yeah.
Which is one reason why I don't think I'll ever put a 125 in the basement. Because they don't make a heater big enough.
Yeah. Yep.
I would need at least like a 500 gallon watt heater, I would say.
Like, there's people that make 500 gallon.
Yeah, but I'm not paying that.
No.
I'd be better off buying a couple joist stands and putting the joists underneath the tank on joist stands and then putting the tank upstairs.
Yeah, right. Cool.
Because I can go with a normal size heater because the upstairs is heated. The basement isn't.
Yep. Yep. No, that's awesome.
But yeah, that's one reason why I go to CLO, because they're a 500 watt heater is a whopping $13.95.
Woo. That's amazing.
If you want the one with the shield, which is the one you're looking at,
Yeah.
it is a whopping $20.29.
Yeah. You should do that, I suppose.
And the only ones I have shields on is ones with rocks in the tank.
Okay. Yep.
Other than that, like the Angel tank, no rocks, no shield. So yeah. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. Next time I go downstairs, I gotta check. I can't remember if I pulled the heater and put a shield on the Mangano tank. But I'm not really worried about that because that's a bare bottom tank. So no rocks are going to be hauling over in that tank.
That's very interesting, though. What you were explaining there. That's awesome.
Yeah, CLL, one of the best places to buy. Their heaters, I've had no problem. I've had one or two problems with heaters, and they replaced them, no problem.
Okay.
Even to the fact that the heater works fine, but during the manufacturing, you know how you have the coil come up and it has the two wires going in underneath where the light bulb is?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's a plastic shield that they put on. Well, when they put the plastic shield on, the one of the leads going to the coil was in between the crack, so it didn't close all the way. And they even that they replaced the heater fine, no problem. And the heater works fine. It's a perfectly good heater. Works fine, heats the water fine, nothing's melting, nothing or other. Yet I showed them the picture and they sent me a brand new one. They said, just throw the old one out if you want to. Or keep it for a spare. I'm like, okay, cool. Because I was just letting them know, quality control issue. I wasn't asking for a new heater. I was, this is something that, you got to look into.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't care, but a lot of the, like, I could see Terry going, "Oh, that's a shit heater because of that," or even Mike from Florida Fish Rescue. "Oh, I don't want to use that because that the quality control wasn't there." I was just giving them a heads up. Nope, they ended up sending me a new heater.
I agree, man. You've done well.
The only problem I had with them, I bought a 24/7 light from them, and 3 of the green lights ended up going out. Like 9 months to a year, and they couldn't do anything for me because they didn't even have a light anymore because I bought it on a discontinue anyway.
Yep.
But light wise, cheap lights too. I mean, 40, $50 for a 48-inch light. That's a plant light. It has all the different colors. They also have ones for more expensive. They have 24/7 lights, but I don't like them because you can't change anything. You're stuck with their pre-programmed settings. But they got like white and blue lights that are great. You know, you got a 20 gallon or 29 gallon or something. Boom. Cheapo light, lights the tank, perfect. No algae. The plant lights grow algae if you don't have plants in it. But the white with a couple blue lights are usually fine. At least I found so far.
Okay, yep.
And then they got clip-on lights for like 5 gallons that are super good. Oh my God. 56 LED light. And they just clip onto the rim. Oh wow, they're like really low on stock. Yeah, probably their whole store is sitting on a ship and over in California. Well, they used to have. Oh wait, no, I went to the wrong one. I went to fish. Those are plant lights. No, okay, maybe not. Okay, yeah, they must be out of them. But they're the ones I got 3 of them on my 10-gallon tank. One of them I swing over for the brine shrimp. The other 2 I have for the tank.
Yep.
Because usually I only use one. If I want to take pictures or something, I'll turn them all on to make it as bright as possible for, the best picture. But yeah, those were, you might be able to find them on Amazon still. They were like 12 to 15 bucks. I used to buy all my sponge filters through them, but they come with fine sponges, and I don't like the fine sponges because my hard water, they turn them into bricks. I like the coarse sponge, and I can't find coarse sponge to fit on these filters, so I'm going to API now. But yeah, the dual sponge large one that's like a 10-gallon height when it's collapsed down was like $5 or something like that a piece. And this place has free shipping to the US, so there is no extra shipping costs. And for me, it's good because they're out of Wisconsin. The place that everything gets shipped out of is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So, shipping time was, next to nothing. If memory serves me, the light that's on this tank is an Aquanit, which is CLL. It's their name brand.
Yeah, right.
Although it could be a Beamsworks EA. I don't know which one is on which tank anymore. I don't pay attention. I put them on the tanks years ago, or like a year or so ago, even more than that, and I never really pay attention to them now. Like that one right there, that adult, you can see how much yellow is in the fins.
Yeah.
When it comes back out, the one that's under the rock right now. Yeah, found out they do not like bristlenose plecos though. Well, they do like them. They think they're really tasty. I put 3 plecos in this tank before I realized I already put plecos in this tank, and they've gone. They're not there anymore. The one time I didn't write down, when I was changing fish from tank to tank. But yeah, the only thing I have in here is I want to say 1 or 2 nearite snails that are the common ones, the big ones, not the little dinky horn ones. And those are big enough to survive, but they eat the little pond snails like crazy. Because this is the one tank I actually purposely introduced pond snails to. Because I knew these guys would love eating them. On the back of the tank, you can't see it. There's probably 6-7 inches long by like an inch tall of just old shells that are empty. They're awesome. They're so fun to watch, these fish. I would classify these as in between an angel and a tetra. They do keep moving, but there are times where they stop long enough to get a good picture. But they're a nice active fish. And the babies are so cute. They're like a brown and platinum white with a little bit of blue in their fins too. But I'm guessing I have close to 100 fish in this tank.
Nice.
Not counting the new batch of babies that you don't even see right now.
Yep. I know it going well.
Yeah, I've had this tank up for a while though. When did I get these? That's what I pulled my book out for. October 25th of 2019. I got them through Get Gills at BioOctrix. Sadly, they back then they were selling a 9-pack, or no, they were selling them in groups of 3. And I'm pretty sure it was groups of 3, and I bought 3 groups to get the 9 fish, total of $100, 99 something. Now they're like, I want to say they're like 15 or $20 a pop.
Right.
Honestly, I don't see why they're so expensive though. I mean, seriously. I did nothing to have them breed. I put them in a tank and enjoyed them. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't do anything special. Like I said, I originally bought 9, and I ended up losing all but 2 because they killed them. Eventually some died. Some just were beat up so bad. Some were just outright killed through aggression by the dominant pair here.
That's true.
But I knew all I had to do was stick in. I wanted enough to make sure I had a male and female, though. Because you can't tell the difference. They're unsexable fish. So, starting off with more is better. This is another tank that it's a forget about tank. All I do is water changes and feed. I don't even test this tank anymore. After a year of testing and all the results are all the same roughly. It's just like, okay, forget about it. Never had any sickness in this tank. This is one fish that actually, maybe they did so well because this was their quarantine tank. I used this exact tank. They were never upstairs. These went straight to the tank in the basement because it was an empty tank. I bought these fish for that tank. Eventually, when I do the 125 idea, this tank is going to get broken down and pulled out. And a 33 will go in its place. Because the stand, there's just not enough room between a 55 top and the bottom of a 55, the upper part of the stand. There's just even this one I built with a half block in it to even give it more room. It's still, I don't like it.
So cool. That's awesome.
So my plan on that is both 55 tanks on the bottom will come out. 2 55 stands will be built. They'll go on the top, and eventually underneath the 55 will be a 33.
Wow.
So I'll eventually have 4 33 gallons also, which will really piss people off. Because honestly, I would say the 33 gallon is a more wanted tank than a low boy even. Because what a 33 gallon is a 55 gallon, but it's like 12 inches tall or something. Instead of like 19. Or 21 or whatever the 55 is.
Yeah, it sucks.
Then in those tanks, I'm gonna have so much fun. Oh. Once I get those 4 33s running with the 55s, where you're gonna start seeing like royal plecos and gold nuggets and blue eyes and stuff like that happening.
Nice. Beautiful. Very nice. That adds a lot of difference. We all love.
Like, I wish I could put some kind of L cheater in this tank, but like I said, none of them the bristlenose I have are not big enough. I need something like a common pleco, but doesn't get as big. While all plecos are armored, I don't really consider the bristlenose being an armored pleco. Kind of like a common pleco would be.
Yeah.
I mean, you grab a common pleco and it hurts your hand sometimes because the spikies on its scales.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to find like a a true armored pleco that only gets like at the max 9 inches. I'd rather have it like, even 8.
Man, if you guys can like get control and own a breeding bunch of bristlenose plecos, man, it's the most amazing experience you
Oh,
can have.
yeah. I have babies, right? The tank
Yeah,
above this one, I was looking at, and there's like 50 or 60 babies in there. It seems like
yeah.
I can't even
Awesome.
get an accurate count because they're still so small.
That's so cool, man.
And
Man,
that's not what I wanted because they're albinos. I don't like albinos.
yeah, well,
Um,
you'll fall in love with them,
but
man.
I got them for free.
You will fall in love with them because they are
Oh,
awesome.
in my low boy, I got close to 20 plecos. The guy, a local guy had a big batch,
Yeah,
and he ended up bringing like 30 or 40 plecos over and giving them to me for free because I'm
beautiful.
looking at this going, man, I really don't want to spend $15-20 on a bristle nose for each and every one of my tanks right now.
Yeah, yeah, I understand.
I bought a couple here and there, and then he's like, "Hey, do you want some?" I'm like, "Sure." I could use maybe 15. He ended up bringing like 30, 40, maybe even 50.
Nice.
So I dumped them all. They originally start all in the low boy, and if I need them in other tanks, I dole them out from the low
Yeah,
boy. And if I break down a tank, the pleco from that tank goes back into the low boy. But somehow I ended up getting 3 plecos in the upper 55, and yeah, the next thing you know, I have babies, which is, I mean, like I said, they were free, so beggars can't be choosers. But I much prefer the brown color bristle nose, the basic common color one. I guess they call them greens
yep.
in the bristle, and I kind of like the long fin too. And these are all short fit, the albinos. So, but like I said, beggars can't be choosers. They're fish. They do their job.
Yeah,
I just didn't want them breeding,
just
and that they did.
get whatever bristle nose you can and breed them.
Well,
They-
if anyone is in Northern Illinois, hit me up. You can come get some
yeah,
free plecos. If
there
you
you
want,
go.
I'll give you adult plecos from the low boy. It'll take some time to get them out, but like I said, uh, the 20 gallons, I have one each in. The 55 with the Angels, I got one in. The lower 55 with the Meganos, I think I got 2 in. I got 3 in the upper 55 there. I got 1 in the 40 breeder. And then the rest of them, I mean, literally at any given time, you can look in the tank and see 15 easily. And they're all like 3 inches or so.
Yeah, right. It's just so crazy, man. That's
Because, like I said, I got all these babies now. So I have no problem giving away the adults. Or, I mean, I don't have a problem giving away the babies too. I just, at the end of the day, I want enough to cover my tanks. That's all. I even stopped feeding them. I don't feed them the algae wafers and the low boy anymore. I
yeah.
don't. It's just if they, I don't know.
I
That
understand that.
one reason is because every time I use algae wafers, the tank spoils. For some reason, I cannot use the algae wafers in the low boy. Every other tank, they're fine in. Every time I use them in the low boy, and the tank ends up getting messed up, chemical wise.
Yep. Not good.
So I stopped doing it, and I put the other Phoenix CRV on that tank because it's a plant tank, or it's a high, well, not high quality, but I'll say high quality plant light. People will say it's more midline, but
Mhm.
who's going to go spend like $25,000 on the high end stuff in this day and age? Not me. The old saying goes, there's a reason why rich people stay rich, is because they don't spend their money.
True.
I've never really I just looked at it and go, why should I spend $50 for something when I can get the same thing for $20?
Yep. That's so true. Brad House. I agree.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I want. Actually, no, it's more like I need this and I need that and I need this, even though it's not needs at all. But
If it's there available, historically, like you got to take it, take the chance.
like an 8K TV, no, I'm not spending that money on a TV that's going to be crap in 5 years anyway.
Right.
I'll spend at max $1,000 on a TV, for like a shitty Vizio or something.
Right.
Plus, I'm sorry, I don't see a difference between 10K or not 10K, 1080p, 2K, 4K, and 8K. I cannot see the freaking difference at all.
No.
My eyes are just not that good.
Me either, which is good because, like, my psychopathic, just opens the recordings that I do. Yeah, and that's open as you can be. It's so cool. Right. Next.
What? Yeah. Well, what's next then?
Exactly. What is next?
I think what's next is I have to replace this. I gotta replace my Scooby snacks. Looks like I'm out in this around here.
Scooby snack.
Yeah.
That's cool. Like I've got chocolate.
My Scooby snack holder can only hold so much Scooby snack.
And no
And
Scooby snacks.
at a constant burn rate of the Scooby snack, it only lasts for so long. Goes back to the whole 420 thing.
Cool.
We got to speak in code now, man. The Black Crow flies at midnight. Oh, wait, no, shit. Is that racist now? Oh, I can't, I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
If that is racist, forgive me. Yeah. Actually, no, I really don't give a shit because it's not racist. If you think that's racist, you're an idiot.
You're doing nothing wrong, man. It's all cool.
Dude, it's really weird, though. No other time in history have I ever been thinking about what I say. I don't like it. It's just been use the words that you use.
Yeah. It's
Now you got to think about, is some group going to say that, next thing you know, I'm going to be called the guy that goes around and kills chickens or something. I don't know.
no, it's we're going through it in Australia where
Well, honestly, I think it really clicked in when I read the article or watched the article about how the overpasses in New York on the boulevard, which a boulevard you can't drive trucks on anyway, aka slash buses, were racist because the buses couldn't drive down the boulevard, which they couldn't drive down anyway legally. So
right.
the underpasses are like 9 foot instead of like 11 foot, and they say that's racist. And I'm going, dude, it's a freaking boulevard.
Fuck,
The point of a boulevard is cars only. That's always been the case.
okay, yeah, that's
Not
crazy.
not boulevard. I shouldn't say. Well, because we got two different boulevards. We got the street name boulevard and then the street type boulevard. Street type boulevards are always called a boulevard name wise.
Okay.
Like Park Boulevard or
yeah, right.
But a boulevard is inherently for cars only, and it's usually divided with like a median of grass and trees and shit.
Yep.
It's like it's not more. I don't want to say it's not like a road because it is a road, but it's more like driving through like an arboretum style road where it's planted up. They got maple trees and shit in the middle of the road between the two lanes. But
man,
yeah, when I saw that, I was literally dumbfounded. Like, seriously? Do I have to paint my computer yellow or something? Oh wait, no, I can't do that either. Pink?
No.
See, if everyone thought like me, the world would be a much better place.
It would be.
That's just something I've always said. Because everyone's like, "Oh, you're," I've been called crazy many times in my life by the things I said. Which, I mean, sometimes I do go out there, but I've always said, if everyone thinks like me, the world would be 100 times better.
For you, anyway.
No, for everybody.
I know.
Okay, think of it. It doesn't have to be using me as an example. If everyone thought the same, if everyone had the same basic thoughts, of what was right and wrong, and what was acceptable because there's always that gray spot that you go over.
True.
Depending on the situation, and all that shit. There would be no, you can't say that because it means it. No, it doesn't. When I say pansies and petunias and roses, I'm talking about flowers. I'm not talking about you people. It's not a derogatory comment. When you talk about a flower, you're talking about a flower. I got thrown in Twitter jail because I was talking about a flower, and they took it as a derogatory statement because we were actually talking about pansies at the time. And they took the word pansy as being a derogatory term. And yeah, I was thrown in Twitter jail. I'm like, seriously?
Not right. That's wrong.
So does that mean if I have a definition for a word from like South Park about Harley Davidson drivers starting with an F and ending in a G and it's 3 letters, I have that belief. So that means I can use that? No. Just because you think a word means something doesn't mean you're actually meaning that word. If that makes sense.
No, exactly. do we get to if you ever?
GRB
Change.
dot execute. GRB execute failure.
Yeah, right.
I thought I thought someone was talking to you for a minute because you kind of looked off into the ether there.
Yeah. It was
No, but it's just like, I mean, tell me one person in the world that's ever been physically hurt by a word, and I'll give you $1 zillion.
yeah, true.
I watched this video yesterday. Oh my God. Seriously, if I was there, this was a woman, I would have smacked her across her face because she was acting so crazy and stupid.
Yeah.
She's in a drive-through, and obviously the person in front of her, they didn't have the food ready, so they tell her to pull up. You know how they tell her pull up to the door and we'll bring it out to you.
Yeah.
She gets her food and she doesn't want to pull around to the car. She's waving her hands around and with her fingers, you know, like trying to be detail oriented. I don't feel safe about pulling out. Well, that's your fucking problem, lady. If you don't feel safe about pulling around a car, I don't think you should be driving.
Yeah.
But
true.
she was like one of these millennial. It looked like she was like 28 or something. Short hair, glasses, you know, the common SJW stereotype. But I'm like, Jesus Christ, if I was there, I would smack this bitch just because of how crazy she was acting.
Not good.
Because they literally had 4 or 5 people telling her, dude, get back in your car and leave. The people at the restaurants coming out saying, dude, get back in your car and leave. So then she gets pissed. She puts it in reverse and just floors it into the car behind her. And then puts it and pushes that car back like a half a car length. And I'm like, you know what? That is just outrageously crazy because that person behind you wasn't even in this shit. They were literally an innocent bystander.
That's it.
If anything, I would have thought you would have backed up and rammed into the dude in front of you that was holding you up. No, she goes full reverse, slams into the car, and then and speeds away. And I'm looking at this going, Jesus. This is why I think parents should be able to beat kids more. Spank their kids again. Because in America, you can't do that shit no more.
Yeah. True.
My niece almost burns the house down on Thanksgiving with a curling iron. She leaves the curling iron plugged in, threw it on the floor, put clothes on top of it and everything, burns up half the carpeting in the room and everything. Her comment was, what are you going to do? You can't hit me. I'll call the police. And she's like 8 years old saying this to her mom.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, can you all leave?
Punishment.
Can you all leave for a second? Because I'm going to make sure she needs an ambulance too. That just, or if my kid ever said that to me, holy shit, I don't care. You're getting the biggest beating of your life. Especially after trying to burn the house down. Whether it be on accident or not. Because as far as I know, curling irons, when they're plugged in, they're always on. There is no on-off switch.
True. Yeah.
You knew what the hell you were doing. You put the plugged-in curling iron on the carpeted floor, and then you put clothes on top of it. They wouldn't leave the room though. Shockingly. But that kid right then and there, at that instance, needed to go to ass whooping. And her comment was, "I'll call the cops on you." That's hilarious. So how do you discipline? I mean, seriously. And then, I got a theory about this. And then you got assholes running around shooting people in schools. More and more.
More and more.
I wonder if those are connected somehow. You know, the lack of being able to discipline your kid. You find your kid killing animals or something in the backyard. What the hell do you do now? Oh, Jimmy, don't, little Jimmy, patting him on the head. Don't do that. It's not nice. No. I wonder, I would love to see, if anyone from Harvard or Princeton or anyone is watching this ever, I would love to see money be spent on a study about that. I have no problem you taking U.S. taxpayer money to find that out, because I wonder if that's a link somehow.
Yeah.
Because I was actually looking the other day, like 2 or 3 days ago, I was looking at mass shootings throughout time, or throughout the U.S. history, and yeah, it didn't really. I mean, back in the day, 2 or 3, like a decade. This went back to like 1900. Between 1900 and 1920, there was like 5 in all that time. You didn't get real, what I consider true lists until like the 1960s. And then like once it hit like 01 or something like that, 2000, 2001, then you're getting like 30 or 40 a year. And the amount of school shootings really haven't changed, surprisingly. I thought school shootings were a new thing.
It's very sad. It has to stop one way or another.
Oh, I mean, it's bad and stuff, but it's nothing new.
People need to lose their guns. I don't know what's going to happen, but something needs to change. I'm sorry, something needs to change.
But I mean, going back, I was looking at the list. I'm like, holy crap, 78, 75, 60s.
Yeah.
Even back then, it was happening.
Yeah.
I seriously, the way they talk about it was as soon as what was it, the Sandy school.
Yeah.
I thought that was like the first one. Oh, hell no.
No way.
It happens all the time. I think the first one was like back in 1925.
Yep.
Something like that. I mean, it's been happening for a long time.
Yeah, man. Yep. It's so sad. And what's the answer? No, I haven't.
And actually, if you look at it in a certain way, it's actually better now. Because on an average, there's less casualties and everything now than there were back then. Back then, it was 40, 50 people at a time. Sometimes 100, like when you're getting into the labor strike ones, because those were considered, the same thing. One of them was like 150 people dead, 480 injured. It was a labor dispute back in the 30s or something like that, and the cops just opened up shooting at everybody. It was like shooting. I mean, honestly, it was literally shooting fish in a barrel. thousands of people just in a big group, and the cops just started shooting into them. Way back then, or not I shouldn't say the cops. I don't know what the hell they were. Union cops or shit. I don't know. I don't think they were actual like city cops. They were like security or some shit because you could do that back then. The St. Valentine's Massacre. That one was in there. A lot of the ones in the 30s were gang related. You know, the mafia gangs and stuff. You know, Al Capone type shit.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just something you got to deal with. It's part of life. Bad shit happens. You got to push through it. Learn from your mistakes. Honestly, by now, I don't know why they don't have a law saying to go out, just like you. Okay, you want a car, you have to have a license. Well, you're an American. This is one of your rights. We're going to force you to. I want them to actually force them to use your right. Make everyone carry a gun. You don't have to use it. You don't have to load it. If you don't like a gun, don't even load it. No one will know. 90% of gun. Honestly, I want to say like 90% of guns being drawn are just being drawn. Oh, the light turned off. This one? No. It's not that one either. Oh, that's right. It's this other one. There we go. I think I put GRB to sleep.
Not quite, but
no. Oh. What time is it there?
I'm not sure.
It's late though, isn't it? Because it's 11:02 here.
I think it's 1 a.m. now. I think 1 a.m.
1 a.m.
Yeah. Like so. 1 a.m. Saturday. Now.
For you, it's time to go to bed.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should. Sorry, man. I was crashing.
Yeah, all right, man. Hey, when it hits you, it hits you. I've been there.
It was awesome.
Well, go get some sleep so you don't end up looking like me.
You weren't putting me to sleep, but I just went.
You were just sleeping. Yeah.
I just went to sleep anyway. It was awesome. Thanks for everything you did, man. I was listening to very cool shit that you was talking about. You know, it was awesome.
I'm a cornucopia of worthless knowledge.
There you go. Yeah.
How often do you get cornucopia you can fit in a sentence? Yeah.
Exactly.
So, anyway, have fun, man. Go get some sleep.
Cheers, Roundhouse. Thanks, mate.
Y'all have a good one.
See ya. Thanks, everyone. Bunny Viper, everybody else, good night. Would love to stay with you, but I have to go. Cheers, y'all. Take care.